This is Dabu7, keeping track of what's happening here with vaccine distribution across the country. Now, we've taken a look at what's happened across the globe, and we've seen some hiccups here. We've seen some countries act like they're falling behind, and others acting like they're ahead. With Russia now saying that their newest vaccine should have a 99%
We've seen
effectiveness.
some countries act like, well, they're
Here in this
falling
country,
behind,
it
and
was put
others
on the
acting
National
like
Guard
they're
leadership.
ahead. With Russia now
was
saying that their newest vaccine
Perna,
should have a
General
99%
Perna, that was tasked
some countries
with
act
over Okay. Now, in one instance, somebody left a whole bunch of these out and they went bad. They've arrested an individual in connection with that. And here we see that there was an error that resulted in 42 people receiving the Regeneron antibody treatment instead of the vaccine. And this is bad when they can't even get it right what they're sticking you with. And yet all these people want to sit there and say that none of them can be held accountable. It's time people take a really good look in the mirror and ask themselves what they're doing in this situation, what you're going to do when you're confronted with this situation. So this mix-up took place in West Virginia under the National Guard's watch. They've admitted it. They've put it out there in the open. It's kind of the best thing that you can do when there's mistakes made. Covering it up isn't going to do any good, especially in this day and age when we're just going to dig it up. It's all going to come out in the wash, and it's going to make things worse for them. So in this instance, admitting that the National Guard had an error here, 40 people getting stuck with the wrong thing. Think about that. Join me for the live streams Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern. Follow me on.
Hello, everyone. How you doing? Happy New Year. Hope everyone is doing well. Got Porter Farmer. Hello, Giggles. Truth Exposed. Hub. Hey, Tim O. How you doing? Conspiracy Realist Mom. Hello. Reality Dose. Hello. Giggles. Debbie Carson. H. Jasper. Ang Walker. Much love to everyone. Thank you for coming. Like I said, hope everyone is doing well. I'll grab that link. Giggles. So, how was everyone's New Year? Hello, loud and clear. Oh, okay. That was exactly the antibody treatment. Here, I'll bring it up. Thank you for that, Giggles. If you have any links you want to share tonight, you can just drop them into the chat.
3 feet by 4 feet. It took our investigative journalists several months to put together, and it is a timeline
Oh,
that
come
details
on.
step by step how in their rush to set up surveillance.
Okay, we have oops. National Guard announces error in West Virginia as 40 people receive antibody treatment instead of vaccine. I mean, you just can't make this stuff up. Officials have admitted to an error that resulted in 42 people receiving Regeneron antibody treatment instead of the intended COVID-19 vaccine. I don't celebrate anything at all. I hear you. Elon Musk said that he had 4 tests of the same nurse and test machine, and it was 2 positives, 2 negatives, and they put the truth in people's faces, and they still listen to the gov. Shake my head. I hear you. Oh, let me drop the link if anyone wants to come on up. Open panel as always. Yeah, I thought this is crazy, but it really didn't surprise me. Nothing surprises me anymore. How about you? Oh, unbelievable. They believe it's an isolated incident, but no further details. Wonder what tomorrow is going to bring. Thanks for that, Giggles. Appreciate it. That was actually what I was playing from Dabu 7, which I didn't drop the link yet, but I will. How you doing, Truth? Good to see you. Yep, everything's all well. Reality, thank you. Hope everything's well with you too. It's kind of hard to celebrate with everything going on. And once you wake up and actually realize what you're celebrating. Okay, we got thousands in Colorado without heat after vandals attack gas system. Earth first. Thousands of residents in Aspen, Colorado were left without heat during near 0-degree weather after vandals, possibly green activists from an environmental group, attacked the city's gas system, authorities said Monday. The vandals apparently attacked 3 separate Black Hills Energy gas lines, one in Aspen, 2 in Pitkin County, leaving around 3,500 residents shivering in their homes Saturday night. Yeah, some police departments said the words "Earth First" were written on one pipe near Aspen. It's unclear if the environmental group Earth First was behind the vandalism. Aspen Assistant Chief believes the vandals would have to be familiar with gas system pull off the steam. They tampered with the flow lines. They turned off gas lines. Police scrambled to distribute thousands of space heaters to residents while Black Hill Energy continued working Tuesday to restore gas. That's crazy. I didn't see that one. Thanks, Giggles. Yeah, I didn't do it. Nothing but puff. Yep. Yeah, it's crazy. So we'll probably be seeing more of that happening. So you can give the popo something to do. Yeah, like they need something more to do. Just so happens that main utilities and food systems file and things are being attacked. Nothing coordinated and nothing to see here, folks. Right on. Love that icon. Giggles too. You're not kidding, Weevil. Wow. What the shit you're doing to us? And if you saw my last video I did before I started a live stream, also, I mean, in England, they're saying now the hospitals are so full. In some places, they got treating patients outside the hospital. But then when I went to research it, I found that 2 days ago, that woman that in that video got arrested for posting a video that had an empty hospital. Why do you get arrested for posting a video? Empty hospital. Conspiracy Realist Mom, so glad to see you live. Thank you. It's good to see everybody too, you know. I miss you guys. I think about you even if I'm not online. You know, I hope everyone's all right. And a lot of times I'll be on YouTube. If I'm not doing a live, I'm trying to catch up with everybody as well. My time's limited. I work 40 hours a week. Still, luckily, I'm still working. And also, I've been taking care of my stepdad in between and trying to take care of myself and everything, you know. Oh no, UK going after free range chickens now. Ice Age Farmer here on Theme2 puts out some crucial info. You know, you could drop the link. You could also drop the link to your own channels so other people can check you out, being YouTube don't took that away from us a long time ago. That's why you should have a wrench. I can't tell. Let me see. But if you want to drop a link, go for it. You can drop links to share videos, or you can drop links for your own channel. Reality does. I am now retired. Yep. If I was retired and if I had a lot of time on my hands, you bet I'd be on here. I'd be doing a lot more. I was killing myself when I first started doing live streams. Trying to wake everybody, try to unite everybody, trying to get something done, but didn't go very far. So what's everybody think about this 2021? Like the title says, I still got my 2020 vision. They didn't take that away from me yet. Yeah. It's another reason why I slowed down too. You know, it's like you said, giggles, it's too late. We had this surprise slap us all in the face. We knew something was coming. Bam. Okay. Giggles again. Pope plans for Vatican shakeup, with key officials tipped to be axed in 2021. The Pope will publish his new redesign of the Vatican, which will involve replacing a number of key appointments. A source close to the Vatican has to hold express.co.uk. The 83-year-old became head of Catholic Church following his resignation of Pope Benedict XVI, a controversial move in the eyes of many. There has been speculation over whether Pope Francis would follow in the footsteps of his predecessor and retire after he promised to have short papacy, speaking in a lengthy television interview with the Mexican program Noticieros Televisa. The pontiff responded to a question from journalist Valentina on that matter. He said, I have a feeling that my pontificate will be brief, 4 or 5 years. I don't know, or 2 or 3. Well, 2 have already passed. It's like a little vague feeling, but I have the feeling that the Lord's put me here for a brief thing and not more. Oof. The Pope has been tipped to make a lot of changes. The Pope is in full flow with a reform program that is being implemented with vigor. Next year, 2021, he will publish his new redesign of Vatican and replace a large number of appointees. He will also be visiting Iraq in March. In many ways, the COVID crisis has breathed new life in his pontificate. He has clear mission now to lead humanity through this dark night into a brighter future, because there's light at the end of the tunnel. Hey, Star, how you doing? Nicholas Hannigan, hello. Glenn Clark, good to see you. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. Hello, how you doing? Awesome. Oh, okay. Used to be the friendly neighborhood dealer, but you two took the channel down. Wow. They got you. It's going. Well, it says Pope could resign after Christmas as Francis vowed to follow Benedict. Right. The Iraqi President Barham Salih officially invited Pope Francis to visit Iraq in July 2019, hoping it would help the country heal after many years of strife. Iraq's Christian population has drastically diminished in the past 2 decades. In 2003, before a U.S.-led coalition invaded the deposed Saddam Hussein, there were around 1.4 million Christians in the country. Wonder what the number is now. Hello, Pugs. How you doing? Good to see you. Fulfilling prophecy with Iraq. You didn't expect not to, did you, Giggles? Hey, Truth, that's a good name, right? Here's the link if anyone wants to pop up. Hope everyone had a new year. I mean, good new year. Happy New Year's. And I got something here. Let's see. I'm sharing off my laptop over here. That's why I'm looking over this way. What's going on here? It's not sharing. There it is. Watch now. Blocked twice already. More lockdowns are here. Vaccine injuries already. Welcome to 2021, everyone. Much love to everybody.
How's everybody doing today? It is December 28th, 2020, and I am going to go through some articles here for you just to kind of get you and I caught up on where they're going with this new strain, this mutated strain of CV that they're saying is now 70% more will infect more, and it's just we need to get caught up on it because I want you to see how they are using another thing that changed it, like they did the entire time, where they were changing the symptoms and changing who that it was attacking. Now they're going to use this second strain, this mutated strain, to do more lockdowns, stricter measures against everything that you do because, there's this new strain now, right? This is how they do it every single time, okay? Now look, and guess who's up here, right? It says Fauci, U.S. taking a hard look at a variant of CV. It says, U.S. health officials believe the CV mutation that set off alarms in parts of Britain is no more apt to cause serious illness or be resistant to the vaccines than the strain afflicting people in the United States, but it still must be taken very seriously. The government's top infectious disease expert, remember? Told you, I hate that because why do they have to keep shoving that in your head unless he doesn't have credibility and you're trying to build him and give him credibility? It says Dr. Anthony Fauci endorsed the decision of U.S. officials to require negative CV19 tests before letting people from Britain enter the U.S. He had declined to weigh in on whether that step should have been taken sooner. He said the variant strain is something to follow very carefully, and we're looking at it very intensively now. Yeah, I bet you are, because it was planned. This was all planned. Everything has been laid out the way that you even put it out and said it would. You talked about how it would, start to mutate, in the fall. It's just that people can't see that this is a pandemic. It's, the deception is that thick because, they have to see this. If they step back and look at it at all, they would see it, but they're not. They're so caught up, they're so deceived, and they are just following the leader right to slaughter, okay? It says, does it make someone more ill? Is it more serious virus in the sense of virulence? And the answer is it doesn't appear to be that way. British officials are telling U.S. colleagues it appears that the vaccine being rolled out will be strong enough to deal with the new variant. But Fauci said, we're going to be doing studies ourselves. This is an important part right here. See how they're saying, the vax looks like it should be able to work against this new variant. Well, guess what? A month down the road, 2 months, 3 months, they're going to say, actually, after our studies that we looked over and we studied, we realized that the vax you already have gotten, the 2 doses you already took, actually doesn't cover for this new variant. So you're going to have to come and get another vax now to protect you from the new variant. That's how they do it.
I'm Mola Lengi in Newark, New Jersey, where flights continue to arrive from London, leaving New York Governor Andrew Cuomo sounding the alarm.
This is another disaster waiting to happen. Why are we doing nothing?
We are in a particularly bad spot right now with
Johns Hopkins epidemiologist Dr. Caitlin Rivers says it's too early to tell the impact of the new strain.
Right now, there's no evidence that this new variant will make our vaccine less effective or that it will make tests less effective. This is one thing that scientists will be keeping an extra careful look on, though, to see whether any adjustments need to be made.
It says Fauci said the U.S. is at a critical phase of the pandemic, with the worst probably still ahead. Hearing this? They tell you every day what's going on. You just got to listen to these parts. The worst is probably still ahead. That's right. It's planned, and it is going to get worse. It says he predicted the general population would be getting immunized widely by late March or early April. Beyond the frontline workers, older people, in certain other segments of the public given priority for the vaxes. So this is what I'm saying. So what do they get to do? Now they have this new variant, right? A new threat, a new fear, right? Because that's what this is. This is all about pushing an agenda, pushing a fear agenda to keep pounding it in you that there's this deadly virus out there that's coming after you, okay? And you can't forget it. It's why you got to wear your mask. You got to be always talking about it, blah, 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 over and over again, right? They got to keep your attention. They got to keep you scared, all right? So this is what they get to start doing. Look, scientists call for nationwide lockdown after rapid spread of the CV19 variant. It says cases of the new variant CV19 virus were confirmed in several European countries on Saturday, including Spain, Sweden, and Switzerland. All were linked to people who had arrived from the UK. It says and now they're talking about, look at this, putting the whole country, all of it. I mean, it's just, it is very, very obvious where they're going with this, all right?
If the goal was to contain the rapid spread of the new strain of coronavirus, then these travelers, crammed into one of London's train stations, desperate to get out of the city, wasn't helping. Britain has now ground to a halt just 2 days after it was revealed the variant of COVID-19 was spreading like wildfire. Hundreds of trucks at the busy Dover port now sit idle after France tightened its borders, raising real concerns over food shortages. The panic is now spreading across the globe, with more than 40 nations suspending flights from Britain, although not the U.S. So far, Americans can still travel from the U.K. to the United States without government restrictions. But with infections from the new strain of COVID-19 still shooting through the roof and huge chunks of England's southeast now under strict lockdown, it's an uphill battle. The new strain was first detected in September. It now accounts for nearly 2/3 of all new transmissions across the UK. Infectious disease experts say that's because it contains mutations, which make it up to 70% more infectious than other strains.
Although it's causing greater pressure in the community as a whole, we haven't got any evidence to suggest that it's making the individual sicker.
The World Health Organization insists the coronavirus is mutating at a much slower rate than seasonal influenza. But this latest crisis is like no other, and it's now up to the British government to find a way out of it.
Let's keep going. Look, and I want you to always know this is not just a United States thing. It's all over the world. You should know that. But some people, especially in the United States, are so caught up that it's like all right here in the United States. They don't realize that this so-called pandemic is everywhere, and this virus is, everywhere. It says South Korea confirms its first cases of the new CV strain. See, everybody's going to use it. All these countries are going to use it. Look at stricter lockdown measures could be introduced across England as mutant CV strain is now everywhere. Everywhere. Look at this. Fear, fear, fear. It's everywhere. They got to keep shoving it into you every single day.
Oh, no.
California, they're already under a stay-at-home order. But look, it says Southern California will likely face extended stay-at-home order after holiday surge in CV cases. Yeah, what do you know, right? So now they're saying that we didn't do the right thing, you didn't listen. So now we get to lock you down even further for longer and take away more of your rights and your freedom, because just like we knew they were going to say, we didn't listen. Everybody still was out doing what they shouldn't have been doing, and it's your fault that I have to now put these restrictions and these lockdowns on you. You know, look at this. They're even going for all this credibility that they're trying to get for this vax. Look at this. CD update. Pope urges vaxes for everybody. In Christmas message, Italy enters lockdown. Japan has 5 cases with UK variant. See, this is back on Christmas. See, they're doing everything they can to persuade people. This is how I was talking about phase 1, 2, and 3 with the rollout of the vax. Right now, you are in the beginning stages of all the ones that will run there and get it, line up, and willingly take this vaccine. Then, after that, you're going to get all these people that are on the fence, okay? And these are the one. Look at, you got Pope, Biden, Fauci. They're all getting up there on live TV. Look at me, it's safe. No, that's not, don't fall for that. Don't trust this, all right?
I have so many questions to ask you, as you can imagine. But first off, it's been 24 hours since you got the Moderna vaccine. How are you feeling? Any side effects? Is your arm sore?
Well, I actually feel quite good. I do have a little bit of a sore arm. After the vaccination, it was about maybe 6 to 8 hours. I felt absolutely nothing. And then towards the late afternoon, I started to get soreness in the arm. This is very typical of vaccinations. The same thing happened with other non-COVID vaccines that I've had over the years. I felt a little bit achy, but nothing to be bothering or distracting me. Went to bed last night, had a good night's sleep. Woke up this morning. The only thing I have is just a little bit of a soreness in the arm. Went to bed last night, had a good night's sleep. Woke up this morning. The only thing I have is just a little bit of a soreness in the arm. The only thing I have is just a little bit of a soreness in the arm.
But even users shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived.
But you can see what they're using. They're using everything they can to get the people that are still undecided. They want them decided to go run and get the vax. Another one, look at scientists call for tier 4 lockdown restrictions across all of the UK. So that's going back to the United Kingdom again. They want this bad. They want the entire country locked down, okay? And so this is what's happening. What are you seeing everywhere? You're seeing lockdowns over and over again, and more coming, especially following the new year. They laid that out and they set that up perfectly. They said that if, we didn't listen over Christmas and New Year's, that it would blow up and the strain would just get, they said a surge on top of a surge on top of a surge, it's just, ridiculous. But like Italy enters Christmas lockdown amid signs of resurgence. See? Lockdown time, lockdown. Right? Look at Germany celebrates Christmas under lockdown. They've been under it. And they're still going to be under it, for a while, they said. So, at least another week or so. And why would it stop there, right? Look, third lockdown ordered in Israel. This is everywhere. Look at Indonesia bans foreign visitors for 2 weeks over new CD variants. So all they had to do is create a new boogeyman, right? They had to go out here and make, Boogeyman 1 wasn't enough. They had to go get Boogeyman 2 so that they could actually use him now to go and put in all these new restrictions, all these new lockdowns, all these new quarantines, and, all these laws they're going to try to put in and force on you because it mutated, right? The first boogeyman isn't enough anymore. People aren't scared of it. They got to create this new fear, this new boogeyman that's out there. Now you need to be locked down and not do anything because they're telling you he's out there. Look at this. Emerging markets, Philippine stocks slide as lockdown fears loom. It's everywhere. This is worldwide, okay? And I got 2 articles here at the end that I want you to see, because for all the ones that are trusting this, your governments to take care of you and to give you these safe vaxes and to do it properly, well, check this out. 4 German healthcare workers hospitalized after CV vax overdose. Yeah, that's right. Vax overdose. It says 4 German healthcare workers were hospitalized on Sunday after receiving 5 times the recommended dose of the Pfizer BioNTech CB Vax. Says officials from the Vorpommern Region district said that the doses were administered to 8 employees ranging from ages 66 to 82 in a nursing home in the Hanseatic city of Stralsund on December 27th, sorry. Says when the mistake was discovered, officials sent half of the employees home. However, the other half was sent to the hospital for observation after developing flu-like symptoms. Yeah, I wonder. Kind of funny that you get that vax and now you have flu-like symptoms. Kind of fits the narrative perfectly, right? To spread this, to make it look like everybody's got it. Whatever they're doing, there's a reason for this 2-dose the way it's being laid out. Okay? Don't you either, right? It says, I deeply regret the incident. The individual case is due to individual errors. Of course it is, right? It's never anything, that the government did wrong, no, even though it is, yes, because you're the one giving out these vaxes, and these are the types of things that are starting to happen and that they're going to happen, okay? Look, another one. This is in El Paso. Look at the city begins Moderna vax distribution, giving shots to some who shouldn't be vaxxed. Check this video out right here. These are the people you trust, right? To give you the vax, right? Look at this.
A line of cars stretched around the block here at the El Paso Zoo for hours today as El Pasoans tried to get their first dose of Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine. But before we arrived here earlier today, it seemed the city of El Paso wasn't checking to make sure everyone in this line was actually supposed to get vaccinated. Based on guidance from the state, the only people in El Paso who are supposed to be getting the COVID-19 vaccine right now are phase 1 personnel. That's frontline workers, nursing home residents and staff, people over age 65, and those with high-risk conditions. But we spoke with 3 El Pasoans who say they didn't have appointments for the vaccine, didn't qualify as frontline workers or over age 65, but they were able to get the vaccine in this line anyway. We asked the city about this, and they told us that only people who are pre-registered and part of phase 1A or 1B can get the shot, and anyone else would be turned away. Once we arrived with our cameras, the city did appear to start enforcing more strictly, even turning away frontline workers who didn't have appointments. So why did they say that you couldn't get the shot?
Just because you had to make an appointment, just for overcapacity. So
they told us that we need to have an appointment. Okay. And we decided, okay, go to the appointment.
And tonight on KFOX 14 News at 9, I'll show you how some El Pasoans who tried to sign up to get vaccinated today ended up nearly getting scammed instead.
Now that you see that, isn't it just more and more insane that people trust these places, these people, the ones that are in charge, the government, whatever it is, to do this, that this thing is safely? They can't even get it into the right places. They can't even get, they're putting in too many doses. Look at, they're overdosing. Other places are giving the, vax out to all different people that shouldn't have got it. I mean, come on, people, right? You can't fall for this anymore, right? Everything that's being set up, though, is leading to mass vaccine sites, okay, where they're going to use everything from arenas to schools to churches.
We're also learning more about plans for mass vaccinations in our area. New at 5.
Look at that dude.
Ready?
For the first time in this video provided to News 6, frontline workers at Orlando Health received the Pfizer vaccine.
It's a huge first step.
Over at Advent Health, Dr. Rebecca Gomez received her first vaccine dose earlier this week. She serves as the medical director of the observational unit.
We've had enough monitoring of thousands of people who've received it that we have a pretty good idea of what the risks are, and they're pretty low.
Side effects that Gomez says include a sore shoulder and feeling sick for about 24 hours.
We have not seen daily numbers like this since the summer high surge that we had in July and August.
This comes as COVID numbers climb across the country. In Volusia County, they're preparing for large-scale vaccination clinics once a vaccine is ready for mass distribution.
This may be in large venues like the Speedway. It could be in venues such as churches or even fire stations throughout the county.
The COVID vaccine is crucial to preventing further spread of the virus. However, We need to continue to take an effective, fact-based approach to prevent the spread.
For Gomez, that means continuing precautions throughout this holiday season.
We have seen some people who had family gatherings or had some sort of gathering around the Thanksgiving holiday, and now they're coming in sick. It takes a couple of weeks for that to show up to where they need hospitalization. So we're definitely seeing a bump from that. Continue to be vigilant, continue to wear your mask, socially distance. Keep in mind that this virus is still out there. And then when you get your chance, get your vaccine.
It was built to entertain thousands, but this arena may soon save the lives of many more. Germany is making final preparations for a historic vaccination campaign, converting concert halls, supermarkets, and hotels to get it done. And with less than 1 week until EU regulators are expected to approve the Pfizer-BioNTech jab, dozens of sites across the country are waiting for the first shipment.
This vaccination centre is a silver lining on the horizon. There are different figures about what will be possible. At the start, we will be able to see 4,000 people a day.
But despite streamlined vaccination centers like this one, getting the jab to Germany's 80 million inhabitants won't be easy. 100 million doses will be required to achieve herd immunity, but current delivery schedules from Europe's biggest economy in line to receive only 14 million of Pfizer-BioNTech's vaccine by the early spring. On top of that, thousands of doctors and nurses are needed to staff the vaccination centers, but health officials need to balance that with staffing hospitals that are already under pressure. Despite the challenges, Health Minister Jens Spahn has been eager to roll out the vaccine and has pressured Brussels to speed up their regulation of the German-made medicine.
While we want a thorough evaluation and a regular approval process, at the same time, we want it to be rapid. Our national authorities are supporting the European authorities to the best of their ability. The goal is to secure approval before Christmas. In Germany, we want to begin vaccinating before the end of the year.
The vaccine will not be mandatory here in Germany, but experts have said that at least 70% of the population needs to have recovered from the infection or get the vaccine in order for herd immunity to kick in. But according to recent polling, only about 1 in 2 Germans is willing to get the jab, which Chancellor Angela Merkel has warned will have consequences.
If the people who don't want to get vaccinated represent more than 40, 50, 60% of the population, then we will have to wear masks for a very long time.
But low vaccine confidence is far from just a German problem. Before the pandemic, Europeans were among the most skeptical of vaccines on Earth. Brussels has worked carefully to instill confidence in its medicines regulation branch. And once the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine gets the green light, Ursula von der Leyen has promised that member states will begin vaccinating together as a union, all on December 27th.
It's everything. And when it gets on that level, it is truly going to get bad. Okay, that's when they're going to be coming after us. Okay, at the end of it, once they get all the ones that want to do it, then those big sites will be taken to them. So because they're going to tell us either you go here and you take this, or you can't leave your house, or you can't eat, or you can't drive, or you can't work. People always, they'll never make it mandatory. They don't have to make it mandatory if they don't allow you to do anything in your life. That's just, instead of making the vax mandatory, they just say you can't do all these things if you don't have proof that you got the vax, okay? And it doesn't have to be, the vax is mandatory. And that's how all of the other side always is trying to twist it on us and make us sound stupid. We're not. We see this, okay? It's here. It's right in front of us. And it's going to continue to build. So please, today, make a plan. Don't wait. Talk to your family. Talk to your children. Have a plan. Have it all lined up so that you can be a few steps ahead, a few days, maybe weeks ahead of the powers that be that are going to be coming down on us, okay? Everybody, stay safe, stay strong, continue to pray, and never forget, protect your family at all costs. We'll talk to you soon. God bless.
All costs. Thanks for that, Eric Cesar. I'll be dropping that link in there. Hello, Debbie Carson. Hello, welcome. And sorry about that.
How you doing, Bob?
I'm doing good.
How's everybody
Doing
in
good.
chat? Doing well, I hope.
You been hanging in there?
All the time, all day long. All night
Good.
too.
And Starlight, I know you waited a while. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know you had something to
Yeah.
do.
I was looking
I
forward
would
to
have
chat.
paused it. All right, here's a link to Eric Cesal. That's the video I was just playing. If you don't know Eric Cesal, you should go there and show him some love. Check him out. Got a good channel. Let's see if I can get any links that were dropped. Probably gone. If anyone wants to come on up, it's always open panel. You know it. Just click the StreamYard.
Let's get a discussion going.
I'm just grabbing the links. I got one. Oops. Yep, if you drop links in there, I lost them. They're gone already. Sorry about that, but you drop them again. Sorry about that, guys. I know I saw a few links go by. That was a long video, though. Good information, though, for people to hear.
Yes, it is.
So you see that video I did where the WHO was saying 2021. Actually, let me see if I just play that part of that. It's crazy.
Love how they can predict these things. Just love it. Love it. Always good to be warned.
Yeah, they know everything, huh?
I laugh at it, but they know they're gonna lose. Hi, Reality Dose. How you doing, hon? Only met time. They're going down. Only matter of time.
Yep.
Kindness and care help neighbors through times of great struggle. But we also witnessed how acts of malice and misinformation caused avoidable harm. Going into 2021, we have a simple yet profound choice to make. Do we ignore the lessons of 2020 and allow insular partisan approaches, conspiracy theories, and attacks on science to
You see what he's saying there? Right there. Are they going to continue to allow partisan approaches, conspiracy theories, and attacks on science to prevail?
Well, who are they to allow, number one? I mean,
Right, exactly. Who are
I
they
don't
to
think
allow? Well, everyone's complying. I almost did a video because New Year's Eve, I had some family over and stuff, and had a little karaoke going. I remember him saying you're not supposed to sing or yell because that helps spread the virus. You know what I'm saying?
well,
Meanwhile, I had this thing rocking and pumping. I was gonna upload a video saying no, remember, no singing. I didn't though, because I can't sing.
they're counting on enough people to stay asleep, which I don't think's going to happen.
People are staying asleep. And there's nothing we can do about it.
Well, yeah, I know, but
Fa-
I think this is going to start trickling in, per se. I mean, because once everything starts getting it taken away from them and they realize it,
Mhm.
hope it's not too late by then. But hey,
But right here, what he's saying, this is the WHO, the director of the WHO, saying that they're gonna start stomping this partisan approaches, conspiracy theories, and attacks on science. In other words, question nothing. They don't want anything that they quit. If a scientist says it, then it's true. Period. In other words,
yeah, it's going to take the sleepers a real shocker to wake them up. I got a feeling it's a coming.
yep.
Because everybody has
Anyway,
it's coming.
oh, here's a good part too. At the end of this,
resulting in unnecessary sufferings to people's health and society at large.
oops, I wanted to read that too. See, so he's saying that the conspiracy theories and this stuff is all resulting in unnecessary suffering to people's health and society at large. Sounds pretty serious. Shutting down the truth. Hey Toby, how you doing?
Or do we walk the last miles of this crisis together, helping each other along the way, from sharing vaccines fairly to offering accurate?
See, like right here has got the ratio 331 likes and 238 down. That's a lot better than I've seen. And some of these comments, like most, I say 99% of the comments are like, seems like from awake people. Like, who said no to wear masks at the beginning? Who said no to worry and not a pandemic at the beginning? Who? Who? Why don't you stop being a puppet of China and do your job?
And it wasn't the owl.
Yeah, I always check out the United Nations channel and the WHO channel, and you see there is a lot of awake people. I think you should go to prison, but it's just my opinion. That's a comment. If you still believe this is all about a virus, then there is no hope for you. There's another comment. Anyway. Oh. Howdy, y'all. Kirkin, Blind Straight, how you doing?
That's right, blood pugs.
What sunshine? LKW. Lou. What sunshine? That you mean that white sun? I think that could be another problem.
Could be. But most likely is.
Yeah, it's probably just enough for the color spectrum in there to let plants still grow. Green cloud, what? Wow, Captain Tom, that's not good.
Right, 420. I'm on it.
All right. Giggles on fire tonight. Boston. Physician vouches for the Moderna coronavirus vaccine that almost took his life. A Boston physician was nearly intubated after taking the first dose of the Moderna coronavirus vaccine. Boston Medical Center's very own Dr. Hossein Bala suffered from a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine. The vaccine injury was an acute medical emergency occurring within minutes of the injection. The shot increased his heart rate almost immediately. In minutes, his tongue and throat started to tingle before going completely numb. He administered an EpiPen, something he kept on his person due to his history of shellfish allergies. This wasn't enough to stop the reaction. Dr. Hussein needed medical intervention quickly as his blood pressure dropped dramatically, falling below what was detectable on the monitor.
I was wondering if an EpiPen would work in an emergency. Apparently it does. Cool.
Oh. The doctor was admitted to the ER on Christmas Eve. The shortness of breath, dizziness, palpitations, and numbness after receiving Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine. The doctors administered Benadryl and steroids immediately.
They're not coming that way.
Here's a vaccine injured doctor encourages people with allergies to get the shot in a hospital setting. Yeah,
you
that's
know
good
what?
advice.
My son was going to get a shot, and he has allergies and other medical issues. I said, "What is wrong with you? Playing? You feeling lucky? It's like playing Russian roulette. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Feeling lucky?"
Doctor offers his blood to his abusers so they can find out why his body won't tolerate the vaccine. Isn't that funny? Doctors offers his blood to his abusers. It's kind of who's the abusers? Is that the ones that's giving them the vaccine?
Well, I don't know. His abusers. That would be like somebody that abused
They
him,
call,
right?
they call him abuse.
His
Is
abusers
that what
would
they
be
call?
his abuser would be somebody that abused him, right? Is that what you
I
said?
guess. I don't know. I never heard him called abusers before, but he says
His ab-
doctor offers his blood to his abusers so they can find out why his body won't tolerate the vaccine. I'm gonna go see my abuser today.
yeah,
You
somebody
know what I
called
mean?
man.
That's crazy.
Like what?
Mm-mm. What? Who's murdering all the COVID scientists? What?
I missed that one.
Yeah. Doctors, scientists, and other medical experts involved in with research into Wuhan coronavirus are mysteriously turning up dead all around the world in what appears to be a mass culling of people who know too much truth about the pandemic. And what I just talked about a minute ago, how they're going to come after people who
Maybe
talk
they
about conspiracy theorists.
maybe they wanted to speak out because there's a heck of a lot of doctors that are not going along with the program.
Yeah, that I understand. And they've been taking out natural health doctors for a few years now that I know of. One of the latest deaths was that of Alexander, a Russian scientist who had been working on developing a COVID-19 vaccine when he was brutally stabbed and thrown from the window of his 14th floor apartment. What? Reports indicate that Kagansky died under strange circumstances. Yeah? An understatement considering the nature and timing of his demise. Another who died this year under similar circumstances was Frank Plummer, a world-renowned Canadian scientist who had also been working on COVID-19 vaccine when he apparently taken out by dark entities.
Entities. That could be just about anyone or anything. An entity.
Yeah.
An entity could be like a corporation. It could be anything. A goblin, heck.
Then we have Geeta Ramji, an HIV scientist who supposedly died from COVID-19 while visiting London to deliver a lecture about HIV treatment and prevention. Upon returning to Durban, she reportedly felt unwell and went to the hospital where she died not long after.
Yeah, that's the only way they can get revenue. War.
Yeah, little plugs.
I hope it doesn't.
Well, of course.
Hope it doesn't.
But their war with Iran, you know, could be coming soon. Unless it's just more propaganda and fear. I don't know.
Prep up and pray up, man. We got this.
He thinks she's dead. That's a good question. It's been a few weeks. She hasn't been posting anything. I've been checking.
Who's a nurse?
Yeah,
I heard her
that's what
family.
I'm talking about, Giggles.
I heard that her family's disappeared or gone. I don't know if it's true or not. Just yeah.
Killing Truthers too.
Can't remember who it came from. Somebody within the circle. We all know her anyway. Anything possible. What the heck is that? Walmart FEMA? Go back. What
Oh,
was that?
yeah. Just,
Blow that baby up. Let's see.
there it is.
Oh, that's just a artist rendition, huh? Yeah.
Now, this is another Giggles link. I think it was from one of her videos on BitChute.
Oh man. That's frightening looking.
Yeah, it's like we're the virus, Tim.
They probably could make
We're the
a
humans.
watchtower pop up with just pushing a button. Beep, up pops the watchtower.
Play the first 5 minutes. Okay, let's check it out. Oh, it's an hour and a half. Yeah, 5 minutes sounds good. Let's go.
Department
FEMA.
of Homeland Security. They got high hopes, I'm telling you.
Hmm.
They do.
Hey, skies above. Good to see
Some of
you.
us
Happy New Year.
were dangerous. Most were loyal. But no one knew what would happen among this concentrated population if Japanese forces should try to invade our shores. Military authorities therefore determined that all of them, citizens and aliens alike, would have to move. This picture tells how the mass migration was accomplished.
Evacuation. More than 100,000 men, women, and children, all of Japanese ancestry, removed from their homes in the Pacific Coast states to wartime communities established in out-of-the-way places. Their evacuation did not imply individual disloyalty, but was ordered to reduce a military hazard at a time when danger of invasion was great. 2/3 of the evacuees are American citizens by right of birth. The rest are their Japanese-born parents and grandparents. They are not under suspicion. They are not prisoners. They are not internees. They are merely dislocated people, the unwounded casualties of war. The relocation centers are supervised by the War Relocation Authority, which assumed responsibility for the people after they had been evacuated and cared for temporarily by the Army. A relocation center, housing from 7,000 to 18,000 people. The entire community bounded by a wire fence and guarded by military police, symbols of the military nature of the evacuation. Each family, upon arrival at a relocation center, was assigned to a single-room compartment, about 20 by 25 feet. Barren, unattractive. A stove, a light bulb, cots, mattresses, and blankets. Those were the things provided by the government.
In 1942, the United States government forcibly relocated over 112,000 Japanese nationals and Japanese Americans to remote housing facilities called war relocation camps for the purpose of detainment, re-education, and forced labor. Of those interned, 62% were United States citizens. President Franklin Roosevelt authorized the internment with Executive Order 9066, allowing military commanders to designate military areas as exclusion zones. This power was then used to declare the entire Pacific coast as an exclusion zone, forbidding people of Japanese descent to live within these areas, unless, of course, they were held in war relocation camps. In 1944, the Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of these exclusion zones, and in 1945, after 2.5 long years of imprisonment, the interns were finally released. The United States government issued no formal apologies, but did present each former inmate with exactly $25 in cash and a train ticket home, if they were lucky enough to still have one. 43 years later, in 1988, President Ronald Reagan would sign a bill that formally apologized for the internment of Japanese Americans on behalf of the United States government, and finally granted reparations to survivors. The language of the bill stated that government actions of the 1940s internments were based upon 3 criteria: racial prejudice, wartime hysteria, and a failure of political leadership.
So what is most important in this bill has less to do with property than with honor. For here we admit a wrong. Here we reaffirm our commitment as a nation to equal justice under the law.
In 2001, following the attacks of September the 11th, our government again went into open roundup mode, detaining and imprisoning thousands of United States citizens, again seemingly based upon the same 3 criteria used to intern Japanese Americans: race prejudice, war hysteria, and a failure of political leadership. Let there be no argument. The United States government has put its own citizens in detention centers. The justifications for doing so range from personal prejudices based upon political and religious grounds to wartime frenzies and fears of future terrorist attacks. In a time of great crisis, the impossible becomes possible. Is it possible that internment camps are being built in the United States today? Is it possible that history will repeat itself?
So, what do you think about that? Instead of rounding up the Japanese, this time it will be the probably anti everything. I don't think it's just going to be Christians, but they've been attacking Christians.
A lot of static.
You heard static?
Yeah, a lot of static.
You popcorn again?
No, like your voice is breaking up every now and then. Maybe a mic problem or something.
I don't know. Does everybody in chat hear me? I'm breaking up.
That's fine now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking about that list before, Giggles. The 72 types of Americans that are considered potential terrorists. I'll bring that up. I'm going to drop the link. Anyone else wants to come on up?
There it goes again.
Come on up. But yeah, I mean, they're putting everything in place right in front of our face.
Well, they have to. They have no other choice.
Google says sounds good to me for 5x5. Wow. What's going on over there, Tom? Everything all right in Guam? Haven't heard from you in quite a while. Oh. Checking for more links. It seems like that movie's coming true. Red Dawn. Don't forget, everybody, you can drop your channel links in here. Everybody can check each other out. If you're putting out some content, you want to share it. I don't know how much longer we're going to be around.
I tell him. Well, they
Got
cut off
time.
communication. They cut their communication too. So
No, they've got different communication. They can cut
really,
ours, and they'd still have theirs.
well, that's no good.
Yeah. I didn't get drunk last night. X-Blade. You're gone, huh? Tim tried to do a Google Earth on the FEMA camps, and it only shows dirt and weeds. I blew that.
I won't go near Walmart. No.
Yeah, same here. 33. Wow, Captain Tom. Yeah, I didn't even watch the ball drop. Anyone watch the ball drop? I didn't even bother.
Me neither. I didn't even bother. Wasn't even interested. They supposed. I think they had some like it was all. What do you call that? CGI on the Space Needle. Like, really? Like, yeah, it was pretty, but it wasn't real. It's all phony, fake, fake.
Not the real New Year. All right, Toby. Right on.
What they call it, cyber holidays now. I think there was another word they used for it instead of cyber. And what's
Yeah.
next?
Me too, conspiracy mom. Didn't even bother.
I wasn't even interested. It's nothing the same anymore.
LKW. I heard China will take over the USA by 2027, and I heard it from the horse's mouth. They said they were 3 years ahead of schedule. 2030. Bam.
Well, I know somebody that's ahead of them.
Hmm. Yeah, April. April Fools. Same here, Tom. That's all I ever do.
Makes everything better. I don't care what they say.
Yeah. I mean, back in the day when we used to get together and have barbecues and stuff, you know, I might have a beer or two, but that was about it. During the summer, maybe a couple times a year, have a couple beers. That's it. I'm not a drinker, really.
I can't drink anymore. It makes me sick. Even a beer.
Although one time I did a live stream and I was drinking, I forget what it was. It might have been rum and coke, so I don't remember. But I got pretty, no, it was wine. I don't know. I forget, but I got pretty messed up. Popcorn.
Yeah, you hear it too. I like mine slightly burnt, please.
Extra butter.
No, yeah, extra butter. I like the theater butter. You know, you can buy it in the store. Yeah, and slightly burnt. Yeah, adds flavor.
So who made New Year's resolutions? Did you, Debbie?
I did. Yeah, I did.
Would you care to share it?
I made New Year's resolution to always stick with what I believe. You know, that your knowing self. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're gonna be all right. Ain't gonna be easy, but nobody said change was gonna be easy. But yeah, this should change pretty good. I mean, eventually it's gonna be for the better.
Day to day. Yep.
The only way you can do it, day to day. There
There
is
you
no
guys.
yesterday, and there's no tomorrow. There's no tomorrow yet. There's only today. So
Skies above says no resolution for me. I never stick to them. Legendary YouTuber, my resolution is to be more positive in these times. Positive thinking is the best way to get through this. That's right.
me
Awesome.
too, legendary. Positive, positive. Be the observer. Stay positive.
Yep.
Always observe. Just don't get sucked in.
I didn't get that, Giggles. That's probably one of the ones that disappeared from chat when I was playing that video from Eric Cecil. Oh. I was watching this one, yeah. I'll play it. Yeah, I was actually watching this earlier. It was really well, I watched like 3/4 of it. It's crazy. Yeah, fireworks going on. Resolutions like voting. Yep, because I was actually researching for this And this is the only one I found actually related to this.
Mhm. They bring bleach at groceries. I think it's no germs, and it's no germs. I have not worn a mask yet. No pair of gloves or nothing.
Brandy Vaughn, anti-vaxxer, found dead, and other suspicious deaths in 2020. I was also pulling up all the protests in 2020. I got a few of them. There's a lot of stuff going on around the world. It's crazy. Oh, you got it? You got the shorter one? Because this is the one I was actually watching because it was like 3/4 of the way through it. Okay. Thanks, Giggles.
Extra burnt for me.
I don't hear no popping. That's crazy. I never hear it.
Yeah, it's still popping a little bit. Yeah. It comes and it goes.
Oh, that's much shorter. We got Fallen Truth Warriors in 2019 and 2020. Honor them. Undetermined. Exactly.
Anybody, there any updates
Crazy.
on how Jeff died?
I haven't heard any updates, no. Don't know if we'll ever really know the truth anyway. You know?
Yeah.
Thanks, Giggles.
Like
I will play some. What's that?
Sounds like a typewriter or two.
I'm sorry, I just don't hear any of it.
Anybody in chat hear it? Stopped.
Yeah.
Oh, and it started. It started when you talked again. You sure there's not something in your mic or something, your headset?
Not that I know of.
You see, it popped again. Popcorn.
I hear beeping noises. Hmm. Yeah, no update yet, Sky.
I have excellent hearing. Yummy. Uh-huh. I can hear people mumble 40 feet away. What's that?
I'm not typing though, Tim. Crackling. I don't know. Do you hear when I play share a video?
These guys hears it too. It's crackling.
Let's check this from Flat Earth.
But it's not just me. I'm not cray. I'm okay.
Falky effed up. Yep, we know it.
Yeah.
Notice his arm is in the air. It's not resting in his lap.
Questions, concerns? No? All right. We'll just scratch up the
He's even further engaged right here.
Sure, there's a good intramuscular injection here. Thanks for helping out.
Still engaged. Muscle still engaged. I don't know. And by the way, I don't know if this is a big deal or not. Can we even tell that there's a piece of metal there? Can we? I don't know. There he goes. Supposedly a tin right there. And supposedly the big pharma VAXX has been delivered into the system of St. Fauci. Now, for the cliffhanger, and I haven't played it yet, but I will shortly, notice which arm St. Fauci gets the jab in. This is his left arm. Your right, his left arm.
Thank you so much.
That's called a photo op. That's called PR, public relations. That's called, in some circles, propaganda. I'm not calling it that, but some people could call it that. And what are they propagandizing for? They are propagandizing for Big Pharma, for Moderna, for Pfizer, not for you. Now watch this. And I want to give a shout out to Joshy Ross 86 who pointed this out. I just want to show you, and this is why I made a big deal out of it going into his left arm. Watch what he does.
I felt a little bit achy, but nothing to be bothering or distracting me. Went to bed last night, had a good night's sleep. Woke up this morning. The only thing I have is just a little bit of a soreness in the arm. Otherwise, I'm doing really well.
All right, did you pick that up? First, I want to point this out. Notice that all the writing is not reversed. It's not transposed. It's not backwards. This says NIH. The writing facing the camera is in the proper order. The writing facing the camera for the background of where Anthony, St. Fauci got his Moderna jab or Pfizer jab, whichever one it was. It says gets Moderna shot. Okay, so he got the Moderna jab, but notice that the writing is right side up. It's not inverted. So this definitely is his left shoulder. But did you notice what he did as he's facing the camera over here? Watch this. What did he do?
Nothing to be bothering or distracting me. Went to bed last night, had a good night's sleep. Woke up this morning. The only thing I have is just a little bit of a soreness in the arm.
He has currently, present tense, a soreness in the arm. Which arm did he pat? He patted his right arm, not his left arm. If you were sore, and again, YouTube, this is just a question. If you were truly sore, you were being honest about your soreness, wouldn't you pat the arm that's sore from the jab? That's just a question.
Exactly.
It is getting stupid, huh? That's a good word.
It's so stupid that it's really amazing that they could just push it this far. What?
And yeah, and the sheep will still sleep. It's amazing. It's stupid.
That's what they call him now, Captain Tom, St. Fauci. The kids, because he went and vaccinated Santa Claus so he can deliver the presents
Oh,
and go down
unbelievable.
chimneys.
Yeah.
They sang a song to him, I believe, or something, but they called him St. Fauci.
Indoctrination.
Exactly. St. Fauci. Yeah. Ah, flat Earth. I like to pick him up by his big ear.
That you got two.
That reminds me of that video I did where that little doll of Fauci sitting there and he's spraying aerosol around, cleansing your room. And they're saying you can get it's a life size figure. And they put Fauci next to the doll, his little I thought it was funny.
I
Like a
can
little
imagine
scrawny little weasel.
sleepers wanting one. Where can we get it? Oh, I know, Walmart.
I don't think I'd be grabbing the ear though.
Let's go to Walmart. They got it. Let's go. We want a pouchy doll.
Thanks, Conspiracy Mom. Appreciate it.
Get locked in there with the Fauci doll. Are you out of your mind, people?
Yeah, the media's big. Yep. Captain Tom, like the media bears, Fauci the con man. Fauci the con man. Yep. I should play it, but my last stream I did, they nailed me 8 times. I've never had that happen before.
Yeah, they're just
There wasn't.
They're toying
I didn't
with
get. Yeah, I didn't get any strikes. It's just all claims, but there's 8 of them. I was like, wow, I've gotten 2 or 3 at a time, but
they're toying with you, Bob.
no, I didn't see that, Monarch. The faulty back in the 1800s with the snake oil. Hey, Carol, how you doing? Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everybody. Hey, we should find out if Media Bear minds if we play their songs. 'Cause I'd play them for sure. I've played them before, actually, but they take down every live stream I do.
Do they? Is that? Oh.
Yeah, there's just like it's been. I don't know when my last one was that actually left up.
Well,
it was like
maybe
over a month ago.
Maybe it's not Media Bear. Maybe it's just
No, it's a bunch of them.
Oh.
And I had so many. They even got me with a conspiracy music guru, and it says right in the beginning of the video to please to re-upload and share. So they're giving you permission right on the video itself. That it's okay to use, but they still got me. And I was gonna fight it, but I had so many other ones. I mean, I didn't want to draw any more attention to them. No, I'm gonna stay 2020. I was actually Truth Seeker 2019. I changed. I started when it was 2018. I had made myself the Truth Seeker 2019. Then when it changed to 2020, everyone said you should change your name, so I did. I think I'll stay with 2020 though.
Yeah. Because it means clear vision. See?
That's more like that's even the name of this stream here. Unite, not Unite
You want
Stand,
to keep
but
your clear vision all time.
yeah. Hey, come on up, Captain Tom. Oh, you remember? Yes, it was a while ago. Huh? How time flies. Yeah, I think it will, Tim. Thanks.
It does. A week seems like 3 days. Tops.
Oh, they're bombarding us with so much propaganda. There's every day is something new, keeping us busy.
You know it. Trying to get you to focus on one thing. Don't forget to look over there.
Hello, Tim. Yeah, I do. I have plenty of backup channels. I just never got into it. Never even tried them out. You know, I don't really have a lot of time to put into this all the time to, you know what I mean? Just editing a video takes a lot of time. Because of the internet, you know, they want you to have that 5G so you can download stuff in seconds. Yeah, I hear you. Plus, I was all gung ho trying to wake everyone up for the first few years. And seeing this didn't really get anywhere. I mean, we should have millions together.
Really?
Got 22 here in chat. Where's everybody?
Well, day may come. You never know, Bob.
Yeah, that'd be some.
You never know. Day may come.
You never know. Could be YouTube. You know, they hide you and stuff and give you the fake views.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have it here, but I had a screenshot. It said that I had 10.2 million views.
What?
10.2 million subscribers. I mean, views. So they're definitely playing with numbers.
That's one heck of a room raid, huh?
Yeah.
Get him, boys. Go. Yeah.
My longest live stream is about 13 hours, Tom. I'm not doing 24 hours. That's all right. Those days are over. I was like a grow channel, truther channel, trying to unite all the truthers, everybody, get the word out. Share, share, share.
Yeah, but look how many of us are linked in so many different kind of ways.
Yep.
We're all kind of like linked together. I mean, one way or another. I mean, channel wise.
Okay, guys, anytime. See, Monarch had her channel taken down. I was close. One more strike, I would have been done, so I chilled out for a little bit.
Good night, skies.
Yeah, a lot of new channels. There's a lot of channels disappearing too. I'm sure we're gonna see a lot more coming. They told us. Came right out of the Who, the director of the Who's mouth.
Yeah, they have nothing to hide now. They're not even bothering.
Well, you know, when shit hits the fan, definitely we're all gone, because that's one thing that they're gonna do is kill our communication.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Who has a flat Earth map like the UN, and it's in 33 pieces.
Yeah. Yeah. I got one in 33 pieces too.
Okay, reality.
There's no hope for the Walking Dead. They're dead.
Yep.
Lou. They're dead, Lou.
They're gonna be on their own.
They're just dirt meat puppets. They're dead.
Yep. They're gonna be on their own with no one to help them. Question nothing.
They're gonna be eating each other. See.
I'll be right back. I just gotta let my dog in.
Yeah. That's what zombies are. That they get a roast from the dead, right? And then they like possessed, demon like possessed. Yeah. They're just dead dirt meat puppets.
I'm back.
You're right, Lou. People that are asleep aren't gonna know what hit them. Yeah, they've been calling us cray cray for a long time. See?
Wow.
What they cut communications and do the fake alien deal all at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, the sleepers are gonna like, what? I mean, their goal is to cause as much chaos as possible. I mean, they're not worried so much about us, but they got a lot of the sleepers. You know, they you know.
Yep, all across the nation.
Sleepers, you know, they you know.
Oh, come on. Yep, all across the nation. Had to do it at least once. Now this won't go bigger. Why? Anyway, Israel's virus surveillance tool test its democratic norms. A panicked Israel started using a mass surveillance tool on its civilians in the early days of the pandemic. It tracks people's cell phones in hopes of stopping the spread of the coronavirus.
Yeah, that's when I take a
Tel
walk.
Aviv, Israel. Huh?
I'm sorry, excuse me.
That's right.
I
It's
said
true that
that's
they've
when
been doing this.
I said that's when I take a rock to mine.
Yup.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Excuse me.
Yep. Exactly. Tel Aviv, Israel. In the early days of the pandemic, a panicked Israel began using mass surveillance tool on its surveillance tracking people in hopes of stopping the spread of the virus. The government touted the technology normally used to catch wanted Palestinian militants as a breakthrough against the virus. But months later, the tool's effectiveness is being called into question, and the critics say its use has come to an immeasurable cost of the country's democratic principles. The idea of a government watching its own citizens this closely should ring the alarm, said Maya Freed, a spokeswoman for the Association of Civil Rights in Israel, which has repeatedly challenged the use of the tool in court. This is against the foundation of democracy. You can't just give up on democracy during a crisis. Dun, dun, dun. Little is known about the technology, according to the daily. The Shin Bet Internal Security Service has used the tool for 2 decades, sweeping up metadata from anyone who uses telecom services in Israel. Information collected includes a cellular device location, web browsing history, and calls and texts received and made, but not their content. That has reportedly helped the agency track militants and halt attacks, although it's unclear what happened to all of the data. It's all in the quantum computer, isn't it? Ugh. Okay, explain.
They have strippers at Niagara Falls. Oh, Niagara Falls. Niagara.
Yep. Viagra Falls.
I never heard call
Explain.
that Niagara Falls. Well, they say if a lot of people get married there, and they end up having babies, Niagara Falls. That's what they say.
So what they're doing, they're just admitting that they're doing what they say they're not doing.
Really? Yeah.
Government makes up rules as they go. Yep. Good looking, honky.
If they got a 24-hour think tank. They would have to have it going 24 hours a day to keep up with everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, they want to watch us. We should give them something to watch then. Hey, what's going on? I want that one there. There we go.
they probably do. I would. I mean, if I was evil, yeah. I'd have a 24-hour staff on it. Yeah. I mean, you'd have to keep up with all the lies. Yeah. After telling so many lies, a normal person just forget about their lie and just keep telling, and they'll repeat a lie, Oh, I forgot about that one, but hey, this one sounds good. Mm.
Mm-hmm.
think tank. I don't know.
Right.
You want to like really slow air poppers.
Still, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys both put the same video. Okay. Thanks, Giggles. What's up, Mike? What are you doing? You sneak in here? All right. Well, I got your link, Monarch. Thank you. What's up, Mike? How you doing? Oh, you're here? What's that mean? You're here? You're home, or you're still in New York City?
Yeah. I feel the same way about the kids born as this. What the heck? I mean, they're not. I mean, everything like the good. I don't know. Yeah. They're trying to erase humanity, is what they're doing. I mean, memories.
Yeah.
I mean, it first starts with the memories, you know. They do with the old people now because they know a lot now. Let's get them first. And, you know, and then we work on the kids.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Mike. Mike Trinseri, New York City Skies in the chat. His wife's mom passed away today. Sorry to hear that. No, not from COVID. Yeah. Should check on that, make sure. You drop your link, Lou. Any of you can drop your links. Yeah, I know you will. It's crazy.
I feel sorry for all the old people. They don't have anybody that's in these nursing homes.
Yep. Here, buddy.
I hear a kitty cat.
Yeah. Neglect. Did you know that they're kicking people out of rest homes here?
What? Where's here?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that yet. They don't even do animals that way. Yeah, I will never be in one of them places.
California.
What?
You'll hear it later.
Why are they kicking them out of rest homes? Why? I mean, they have their income, right? Yeah. Social Security or whatever, or disability or whatever. I mean,
He's just
I'd
doing
like
a.
to hear what their explanation is for that.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Mike. Crazy. I'll see you when you're around. Just let me know. Shoot me a text. You take care there in the city. What? Toby. I will check this this link here. Monarch butterfly. Dark winter.
The dark winter came after the first pandemic, and while everybody was paralyzed from fear of the virus, we had something far greater that we were unprepared for. Cyber Polygon was the largest cyber attack ever to be executed. The world's internet was collapsed intentionally, and all of our rights to information were cut off. Banking, medical records, all databases were heavily attacked. Power grids were shut down, businesses were finished. Economies collapsed, forcing us closer and closer to the Great Reset. Most were not prepared for this annihilation, and were now frozen within the illusion of democracy. The puppets performed on stage, while we watched impassively. We had entered the dark winter without any awareness. When the attack finally came, it moved at lightning speed. The military were brought in to keep order on the streets, to assist the understaffed police. With the huge cut in funding, institutions broke down, resulting in a worldwide loss of confidence in government. People fought amongst themselves, and countries were close to a civil war. Many people died due to the civil unrest, and the casualties were out of control. The world was in a state of international emergency.
You had to fight for yourself over those years. Economies had fallen, and unless you were self-sufficient, obtaining food was difficult. People had relied so much on the old system that when the rug was pulled from under our feet, we didn't realize what had happened. We were not prepared for those months. They had brought the attack forward as the few of us who had awoken started to reveal the mechanics to this evil. The algorithms inside the control rooms had told them that they had to attack us now. People's stupidity and denial of truth kept the majority running in the gerbil wheel. Most just fell into an even deeper sleep. We had fully immersed ourselves into their narrative, digesting and living the script they had planned for a very long time. So many just blindly followed, lost in a heavy, suffocating, all-encompassing darkness. They created the money, they created the problems. They then created a solution that only limited us further. They used the excuse that the money isn't available to solve those problems, so we ended up caught in a whirlwind of dramas that stifled our human evolution. The creators of that money wanted control of our consciousness, and they would do everything to stop us. No one was going to save us from this horror. No leader could sufficiently lead us. We were emerging slowly, but would we change in time? We could only lead ourselves, but most people had been broken down by the constant abuse of control. We had to come together and find ways to connect, but most locked their houses and kept themselves barricaded in. The ones that were trapped in the cycle of fear were the ones that perished. When we stood strong, understanding our true power, this could not affect us. Your life is your human sovereignty. Each life is crucial. Each life must be questioned. When do you give your power away? Where do you feel powerless?
Thanks for that, Monarch. I mean, come on. I don't know.
One day at a time.
Pretty much.
So you
Oh,
can
reality
take
night.
it one day at a time, man.
Yeah. Good night, reality dose. You take care. Much love. Exactly, one day at a time. That's it. But it's like things are happening in all these different areas. It just didn't happen in our area yet. You know what I mean?
Well, every area is not guaranteed to get hit or invaded, I'm sure. There's just not that many of them.
Yeah. That's good, Monarch. On a good note, Merry Crisis and a Happy New Fear.
Yeah, Merry Crisis. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, till the next crisis. They kind of get it's a regular thing now.
Oh, Captain Tom is going to bed. You take care, Captain Tom. Okay, reality. Yeah. So many things happening, you know. You got people starving, lining up for food. People racing to get their vaccinations. Like I said, I know a nurse that said that a bunch of the nurses in the facility, you know, it's not even mandatory vaccination, but they went to their local pharmacy and got it.
Totally indoctrinated.
Yeah, you know.
Even the medical field is indoctrinated, okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Like when my stepdad was on hospice and had them hospice nurses come and everything, I tried talking to him too, you know. And this one nurse at the end, right as she's walking out the door, she got right in my face. She goes, and you know what? She says, the virus is real. And then she walked out. Yeah, it's like, whatever.
It's real.
It was funny. She just had that serious face and just got right up to me and just said it like that. I was like, wow.
Yeah, my family tells me that too. You mean you went in the store with no mask on? What is wrong with you? Are you serious? Yeah.
Yeah, the very first day, the first nurse that showed up, the head nurse, she's like, "Are you in any pain?" He's like, "Yeah." And she goes, "Okay, I'll give you some morphine." I'm like, "Morphine?" I said, "Why?" She goes, "Well, we like to keep him comfortable." I said, "How about like a pain of 1 to 10? If he has a pain of 1, you're gonna give him morphine?" I just instantly wanted to pump that shit into him, you know? But anyway, I got a lot to say about Big Pharma.
Bioweapon for transhumanism.
I'll get back to this other video though that Giggles dropped earlier. I was watching some of it, actually, a good portion of it. Where is it? There it is. This is anti-vaxxer found dead and other suspicious deaths in 2020.
Fakara on SOEM, the Spirit of Elevation Media. Now, with every global agenda, events come into play in order to make social change. And we are currently living through one of the most impactful agendas yet with this COVID situation. Now, towards the end of 2020, we are seeing foot on the gas censorship. I mean, they are really clamping down on anything that goes against what I would call the enforced narrative, because no other narrative is being given YouTube or Facebook time, let alone airtime. And, you know, this is the level that we are currently at. And so YouTubers are now forced to speak in code in order to keep their videos up. However, there is a step further than censorship. And this is for those that really get close to disturbing the narrative. And yes, I'm talking about those that speak out and find themselves no longer with us. Today, we cover suspicious deaths during COVID.
The truth is there for whom has eyes to see it.
Stop.
You hear the radio?
Oh, that was just his intro.
A prominent anti-vaccine and health
That was
freedom
an advertisement.
founded LearnTheRisk.org, was found dead in her home by her 9-year-old son. Reports of her death broke on social media on the 8th of December, but the date and cause of death is officially unknown. Santa Barbara County Sheriff Public Information Officer Raquel Zik said in a statement, "The final cause and manner of death determination are pending toxicology screening, which normally takes 4 to 6 weeks." Brandy Vaughan was an ex-employee at pharmaceutical giant Merck and worked as a pharmaceutical representative. When working in the pharma industry, Brandy sold Vioxx, a painkiller that was found to double the risk of stroke and heart attack and was eventually taken off the market. After leaving her job, Brandy stated that, "From that experience, I realized that just because something is on the market, it doesn't mean that it's safe. Much of what we are told by the healthcare industry just simply isn't the truth." Brandy went on to found Learn the Risk organization in 2015 and the Council of Vaccine Safety in response to the USA's first mandatory vaccination for education law, SB 277, in California. Although it's not yet official, There are many that hold strong beliefs that Brandy was murdered by the big pharma industry that she worked very hard to expose. And despite the threats and challenges that she faced as someone speaking from authority on these issues, she continued to speak out and organize the freedom of health information. Let's take a look at what she was experiencing and some of the information that she was sharing.
What happened was there was a study, they were trying to prove that there were less stomach incidences with Vioxx versus a placebo. And what was happening with the data was that actually there was a 4 times increased death risk in the Vioxx category, 2 to 4 times, and with many heart attacks and strokes. And instead of releasing that part of the data set, they released only information about stomach maladies. And obviously, they didn't get away with that for very long. The New York Times found out, there was an article in the New York Times, but in between that and the time it was pulled off the market was about 1 to 2 years. So the information was even out there in the public, and the FDA still hadn't pulled it yet. So after working for Merck, after seeing the corruption from the inside, I left the company because I was very disturbed by how little they seem to care about people and health, and how much they seem to care only about money. And I went to live in Europe after that, and I saw how health is done a little bit differently, particularly in Holland, where I was. And I was blessed to have my son over there, and I changed my mindset. I'd already discovered the corruption, so I didn't trust the pharmaceutical industry. But being American, we're raised to believe that the doctors know everything, and every time you have a small issue, you run to the doctor. And I saw a complete opposite of that in Holland, and people were far healthier. So then when I had my son and I went back to the US, and I was pressured by a doctor to vaccinate my son, even though he had no vaccines at that point, I said, no, I'm going to do my research first. He said, I'm the doctor. I've done the research. And I said, I know where you get your research. I used to work for Merck and call on pediatricians, so I will do my own research. He didn't like that at all, left the room, and my son is vaccine-free today after everything that I learned. And it was far worse than even what I saw with Vioxx, because children are literally dying and being harmed and ending up with lifelong, life-destroying chronic illness and things like autism and paralysis and nervous system issues and developmental issues, as well as autoimmune and type 1 diabetes, things like that. And now in the US, one in every other child, so half of the childhood population, is sick with chronic illness. And this is not the case in other developed countries where they vaccinate far less. Yeah, I've been speaking out for 2 years. I got involved when the fight.
And you're dead now.
Thoughts on Brandy's passing. So let's take a look at some of these tweets. Ex-farmer was found dead yesterday. She was an anti-vaccine and well known for speaking out against the dangers of them. Murder, you bet, just like all the others. This world is truly evil and you're turning a blind eye. Rest in peace, Brandy. Whistleblower and healthy mother of a 10-year-old son found dead this morning. A tragic loss. She posted this on Facebook last year. And this tweet is reposting a Facebook post that Brandy did, where she listed all the things that she could think of that may be stated as a staged death or suicide, because she was contemplating then in December the 1st, 2019, that she may be murdered. Let's just take a moment to honor Brandy's courageousness. A year before her death, she spoke it. She was preparing, and she knew what she was up against. She faced the challenges, she faced the difficulties, and she continued to do what she knew was right. This is what I call a hero. Brandy Vaughan has passed away at the age of 47, and may she continue to shine light on the other side as she did while she was here with us. She will be remembered for her contribution in providing many with vital knowledge and assisting us to make informed decisions for ourselves, decisions that can save lives and save the quality of life for many. Brandy Vaughan was not the only suspicious death to take place during 2020, and we now go back to April, the 6th of April 2020, when fans of the rapper and entrepreneur Black the Ripper were shocked to hear of the 32-year-old from Edmonton, North London's death. The artist's real name, Dean West, was found dead at a home on the island of Montserrat, and local police found Black the Ripper unresponsive and pronounced him dead at the scene. The Royal Montserrat Police then confirmed that a coroner had ordered an autopsy after being unable to determine the cause of death. Commissioner of Police Steve Foster said, "At present, the circumstances of his death is unknown. As a result, the coroner chief magistrate has ordered a post-mortem examination to be conducted on the body of the deceased to determine the cause of death." This situation fed the idea that Black the Ripper was actually targeted for speaking out about the agenda around COVID and the dangers of 5G and tying these two things together. Speculation over the real cause of death grew as people discovered that Dean West had been talking live on Snapchat just a few days before his death to over 60,000 viewers. And in this live stream, Dean was explaining about the connection between COVID and 5G and the dangers of the telecommunication network that was being rolled out during the first global lockdown. Black the Ripper had a diverse range of supporters of his music, his brand, the Dank of England, and his activism. So not all of his supporters had shared the same suspicions. In fact, in the mainstream, not many have called out the death as being suspicious at all. But that really goes hand in hand with the fact that not many in mainstream music and arts in general have called out this agenda or the orchestration of the so-called pandemic. Many have been quiet around this topic, even those that we would expect to be speaking out. But recently, we have seen rapper K. Coke drop Conspiracy Theory, in which he wears a Black the Ripper t-shirt to honor the lost life and his fellow artist who wasn't afraid to speak out.
Mass vaccinations, depopulation, denomination, these fees validating.
Rapper Guidance also mentions the suspicion around Black the Ripper's death in a new vaccination music video featuring...
I'll take it down. Oh, come on, again?
Taken down by YouTube, but can be found on other platforms. A post-mortem examination was in the end carried out, and the family of Dean West have made a statement that Dean West passed away from a heart attack. But many people are still asking the question, what was the cause of the heart attack? He was 32 years old, and we too often are comfortable with general answers. But for the more curious and the persistent, this still has an element of suspicion around it. But regardless of whether we have the true reason on Black the Ripper's death, what we do know for sure is that he had the courage to speak out about the dangers society face and the manipulation that takes place. And he called out the pandemic and he is no longer with us today. We now come to the continent of Africa, in which this story, in my view, was one of the biggest stories at the time that went completely under the radar. President Pierre Nkurunziza, the president of Burundi, who suddenly died at the age 55 on the 8th of June 2020. The government of Burundi made a statement that his sudden death was due to a heart attack, another heart attack, the same cause given as Black the Ripper. What's interesting about this story is what occurred months before his death and his history with the globalist agenda in general. So if we start at the time of the global lockdowns, Burundi was one of the only countries in the world to not actually impose any restrictions on their citizens. No closing of businesses, no mask wearing, no social distancing, no closing of restaurants and shops, no banning of large public gatherings and events. Pierre Nkurunziza actually dismissed COVID-19 as nonsense. The president of Burundi is said to have undermined the COVID-19 pandemic as a hoax being peddled by other countries and urging Burundians to ignore it. Western media tended to keep quiet about Burundi's decision to not impose any restrictions or breaches of human rights on its citizens, but does generally tend to vilify the late president. A story covered on the continent in May was the International Labor Day celebration in which the president attended at the Romanent Sports Stadium. Meanwhile, the entire world was locked down. President Nkurunziza brought his daughter on stage to award her for an academic achievement, and it was reported that he asked her to wait for a photo moment where he hugged her and dismissed social distancing measures. He then stated, "My daughter doesn't listen to nonsense about COVID-19 rumors being peddled in other countries." And Nkurunziza boasted as he urged the people at the gathering to get closer to each other and not fear COVID-19. On the 6th of May, the Council of Foreign Relations blog posted an article titled "COVID-19 is coinciding with dangerous trends in Burundi's democracy." At that time, Burundi was listed.
We'll end that one there. We got the point. People were dying mysteriously. Coincidence?
Nothing's a coincidence. Nothing.
Quinky
Nothing's a
dink.
coinky dink. Okay. Well, some things may be better. I mean.
Yeah, Lou. Not just the guns that he wants to collect, but also he's asking for his first 100 days of presidency. Everyone wear a mask.
Even if you get the vax too.
Yeah. And now they're vaccinating kids too, that without permission of the parents. You know? That's what I thought about Obama too, Monarch. But I agree. Very, 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 very possible.
Something's coming.
What's that?
I'm not sure, but something's coming. We can all feel it. We all know something's coming.
Oh.
Train's on its way. Metaphorically.
Yeah, it's definitely a good thing, Tim. You figured most, I don't know. I don't know.
I suggest just lay low and keep your eyes peeled. Yeah, eyes and ears open.
It's definitely not a good time to be having kids young enough to be in school.
I do believe they're not going to get their way totally. I do believe this. All is not lost.
You don't think so?
No, all's not lost. The good always wins. This is like this is like the last stand, okay? The good will prevail. Yeah.
Well, just like Monarch said, bam. New World Order coming like a freight train.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people aren't going to be here for sure because they're lining up like sheep. You know?
Tim the Man, it's not over till it's over.
That's right. Over yet.
Yeah. Giggles dropped another link. Weaponizing 5G and nanotechnology. How do we protect ourselves? This is the problem with nanotechnology in a nutshell. It is extremely easy to get nanotechnology into our bodies, but the human body has difficulty removing it and preventing it from accumulating. Our immune system have been weakened by the constant bombardment of chemicals such as glyphosate and contaminants nearly all of our food, including organic products. Very true. I agree. My opinion. These chemicals strip out essential minerals from our bodies and damage the normal bacteria in our guts. Yep. The normal human microbiome in the gut is the primary home for all our immune system. Yep. Probiotics, make your own. Very simple. Did a video on it quite a while ago. Helps with the gut. You keep gut health, you should be pretty good to go. But not giving anyone advice. Not allowed to. Not a doctor. Do your research. Anyway, when we add stress caused by constant exposure to thousands of different radio and microwave frequencies, our bodies are further weakened so they cannot effectively respond to penetration of nanosubstances. As a result, nanotechnology, which has been programmed to perform a certain task, can operate in us with relative freedom. Even if nanotechnology is intended for good, such as when it's added to a medicine, supplement, skincare product, processed food, or when sprayed in crops raised by farmers, it is still very difficult to remove from the body. Nanotechnology can also be intended for harm, as when it is sprayed in the atmosphere above the earth. In this case, it is designed to secretly create physical lethargy, to inhibit mental clarity, to provide a mechanism for establishing mind control programming, to modify human DNA and to stimulate disease information and early death. Very well said. Regardless of the intent behind nanotechnology, it is embedding itself in our bodies on a daily basis and is established in networks within us that have the quality of a pseudo life form or a synthetic biology. It is not just inert small pieces of junk that is just sit there, but it fulfills its mission to self-assemble into structures that perform functions according to those who programmed the materials. Exactly. And that's why I have a problem with this RNA in this vax. What messages do they have or can give to tell your cells what to do, when to do it, how to do it?
My cells know what to do.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But
Of course they do. Of course they do.
I know, come on. It's unbelievable. The problem is that once nanotechnology enters our bodies, our brains, our cells, and even modifies our DNA, then extraordinary steps must be taken to deprogram it and remove it. Thus, even nanotechnology intended for good eventually becomes part of a toxic condition in our bodies and becomes something that we need to help our bodies remove. The precautionary principle is being ignored by the government and industry. The U.S. Gov and the industries that are developing and selling nanotechnology products do not embrace the precautionary principle. It's because they're void from everything, aren't they? They can't get in any kind of trouble whatsoever. Instead of proving that nano is safe before manufacturing it for product distribution, they are doing the opposite. Manufacture and sell first and then study later. Much later. Nanotechnology Initiative has assembled leading nanotechnology leaders from 25 U.S. government agencies to coordinate the government's response to the development of nano by government and industry. In 2011, the Environmental Health and Safety Research Strategy was published by the NNI, which is intended to guide the safe development of nanotechnology. They didn't do safety studies, they just developed definitions for nanotechnology and formulated risk assessment policy guidelines. The NNI is, of course, concerned about nano safety because it is one of their priorities to assure the public that we should not be concerned about nanotechnology. There's nothing to worry about, everybody. They are trusting in their definitions and guidelines to keep us all safe.
Because they love us so much.
They do love us, don't they?
They do.
That's why they're trying to shut our mouths up.
They love us in ways we can't imagine.
It even says the occupational health risks associated with manufacturing and using nanomaterials are not yet clearly understood. Minimal information is currently available on dominant exposure routes, potential exposure levels, and material toxicity of nanomaterials. Studies suggest that some nanoparticles can move from respiratory system to other organs. Research is continuing to understand how these unique properties may lead to specific health effects. In other words, they don't understand the risks, but are allowing workers to handle the materials anyway. The
That's it.
NOP, which oversees organic certification programs, makes these statements in their nano fact sheet. The NOP does not consider nanotechnology to be intrinsically benign or harmful. As with other substances, no engineered nanomaterial will be allowed for use in organic production and handling unless the substance has been 1. Petitioned for use, 2. Reviewed and recommended by the NOSB, and 3. Added to the national list through notice and comment rulemaking. They're playing with us.
What?
They're changing us.
Yeah, I'm telling you, think tank. I mean, 24/7.
Recognizing that engineered nanomaterials are increasingly being used in everyday products such as pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, sunscreens, clothing, and electronics. NIEHS, oh wow, has developed an interagency federal research strategy to explore the emergent field. The outcome of these efforts will allow scientists to design nanomaterials that are both innovative and safe for commercialization. Oh, come get your what? Your with
Yay.
nano. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yay.
All right, take care, Fang. I didn't see. Let's. You take care. Have a good one. Happy New Year. So it says here, in other words, they know nanotechnology is already being used in most sectors of the manufacturing economy, and they are testing to develop a plan to study health and safety issues. Yeah. Guinea pigs, that's what we all are.
Well, don't they consider this an experiment?
Yeah.
A grand experiment?
Says, in other words, regardless of what the FDA thinks about nanotechnology, it is up to private industry to assess human safety for the nano products they produce or use. It's not the FDA's problem or concern. Since when? But they had their hands in everything. You just can't make this stuff up.
Think tank, I'm telling you. They got them 24/7. They have to. I mean, to stay ahead of the curve.
Just can't make this stuff up. Unbelievable. What do we got here? Threads. Designer receptors exclusively activated by designer drugs.
Oh, God.
Chemogenic tools. with therapeutic utility.
What kind of fancy wordage is that?
In the past decade, emergent synthetic biology technologies such as chemogenics have dramatically transformed how pharmacologists and systems biologists deconstruct and the involvement of G protein coupled receptors in the myriad of physiological and translational settings. Here we highlight the specific chemogenic application that extends the utility of the concept of receptors activated solely by synthetic ligands.
Chemotherapy.
We have we have dubbed it dreads. As we show in this review, dreads are now used ubiquitously to modulate GPCR activity non-invasively in vivo. Let's get down here. What?
Of course it
What
is.
did I do? Click on the wrong one.
It's like 5D chess. Of course it is. They
Take
have
care,
to do it
Monarch.
right, you
You have a
know?
good night.
The only way they can stay ahead.
Yeah.
They have like 5D chess tournaments now, you know?
Okay, giggles.
Night, Lou. Or Luton.
Hmm. Well, I have to reopen. Hold on a second. All right. This is the dread text. Sit down for this one. Be aware of how it works.
Given the insanity that we are seeing in the general public these days about the willingness to throw away their rights, whether it be the right to bear arms, the right of free speech, the right to assembly, or the freedom to due process, it makes one wonder what the hell is going on. How did people get like this? How are people seemingly arguing against their self-interest and feeling no compunction about it? I'm going to take you on a tour of what is really happening behind the curtains in the world. all of which are being portrayed as necessary actions for the greater good of humanity. In 2013, former President Barack Obama was announcing his administration's brain research through advancing innovative neurotechnologies. The study, describing a way to manipulate a lab animal's brain circuitry accurately enough to turn behaviors both on and off. The point of the remote control mouse is not to create an army of robo-rodents, but to perfect a technique that will control the behavior by activating and deactivating neurons. The technique used to control neurons is called DREADS, designer receptors exclusively activated by designer drugs. Because the receptor does not respond to other molecules, including natural ones in the brain, the only way to activate the neurons is via the human-made ones. DREADS allows scientists to manipulate neurons without implanting anything in the brain. Look at this. Current optogenetic experiments rely on extracting opsins, light-sensitive proteins, from plants which can be introduced to mammals by methods including injection and infection via adenovirus. What they do is they genetically engineer a receptor that can get into a person through a viral vector, and what that means is through an injection of the vaccine or through the contraction of an adenovirus which has been modified. You might think, oh well, I just won't get injected, and I won't go anywhere where I can get this adenovirus. Adenovirus. There's 52 of them. And they range from the common cold, fever, sore throat, pink eye. They're prevalent. So that's creepy, because if you look at what it says, DREADS allows scientists to manipulate neurons without implanting anything in the brain. It indeed makes one wonder, given what we see today in the general public. You do need to take the designer drug, though, to make this effective. Once delivered into an organism, opsins can be expressed in eye, brain, or skin cells, allowing their light sensitivity to be remotely activated or silenced with timed pulses of light in different color wavelengths across the light spectrum that can target multiple bodily systems and cause a variety of biological effects. If targeted precisely enough with the appropriate light, it's thought that optogenetics could be used by manipulating neural circuits involved with pain, fear, reward, wakefulness, and social behaviors.
There's this enormous mystery waiting to be unlocked. And the BRAIN Initiative will change that by giving scientists the tools they need to get a dynamic picture of the brain in action and better understand how we think and how we learn and how we remember. And that's part of what the BRAIN Initiative is about.
If scientists can turn on or off specific targeted groups of neurons at will, they place themselves in between the natural human experience and basically their keyboard. They place themselves between you and your natural human reactions to things. So, optogenetics looks like the way to go. But how do you get people to put wires in their heads? Well, you can. But it turns out
Easy,
now
just tell them.
you have to. Here we have the new development in optogenetics. Luminopsins, luminescent opsins, or LMOs, were developed to achieve combined chemo and optogenetic manipulation. Luminopsins allow manipulation of neuronal activity over a range of spatial and temporal scale in the same experimental animal. What they are saying here is not only can they turn on specific reactions, but they can also turn off those same reactions.
Yeah.
A problem they were having with the other methods is they could only do one. They could either stimulate the receptor or suppress the receptor. With the combined chemo-optogenetic manipulation, they can do both. They're using luminopsins, so they don't need the wiring anymore. Basically, science can use these luminopsins to interfere with a person's free will. The other function of optogenetics is just a simple observation. They might want to know how you feel about seeing a particular image, how that image changes the next thing you do. Basically, the scientists can understand what exactly is going on in our bodies and our minds. But to do that, it can't be invasive. Well, what have you noticed proliferating on the market for the last 8 years? Microsoft Band. It'll record all the stuff going on in your body. Same with Google Fit or Apple Watch. This Muse head-brain sensor headband is even scarier. There's also 23andMe, which collects your genetic data. Imagine if they had a combination of all these things. All of this is attached to your smartphone. So it's not so much the device, it's the smartphone monitoring that's the dangerous part. Because who's getting that data? And what are they doing with it? Look at what it says here. This is from 2016. Towards a psychophysics of interoceptive processes, the measurement of heartbeat detection. Over the past 50 years, research on interoception has grown exponentially from 17 citations of interocept in 1965 to 8,440 in 2015, Web of Science. The early Russian work was summarized in Rosman's landmark article on the subject and demonstrated, inter alia, that interception participated fully in the intersensory processes of Pavlovian conditioning. They want to know all of our interoceptive data because it plays directly into Pavlovian conditioning. You can change anybody's behavior if you know how to manipulate those feelings inside them when they are experiencing something. You do that over and over and over, and you actually change their whole physiological responses to it. Have you ever wondered if we are going towards that future? A world that is entirely sending feedback regularly to some processor somewhere? Is there a prison around us of electronic biofeedback and manipulation? Let's say there will be a flu virus, all the common adenoviruses, and they had this modified drug receptor in there. We would never know, and it would be in there, in our body, just waiting to be activated by the designer drug or by light activation. Maybe it sounds paranoid, or maybe not.
Oh, I don't even want to look at that.
You've been served with the opportunity to decide what to believe.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
What?
Yeah, they said something about supplying the internet for homeschooling, didn't they? I remember them talking about that. I don't know. I haven't tried searching anything. Anyone else's search engine down? Maybe need a refresh.
The world's gone cray cray, not us.
Yeah, exactly.
Not us, man.
Wow, $300. I thought Zoom was free. Just the Wi-Fi.
What?
Well, maybe you should try restarting your computer or your phone, whatever you're using.
Wow. Excuse me. That's outrageous.
You're welcome, Giggles, of course. That's why we're all here. Trying to connect the dots. I never claim to know everything. I learned a lot through this, through everybody too. We're all sharing each other's information, helping each other.
I'm always learning new things.
Yeah.
All the time.
Well, there's too many rabbit holes for one person to go down them all.
Right, that's why it takes,
I mean,
everybody, all of us. See.
exactly. It takes a lot of research to go down one rabbit hole. And there's many. Oh my. Whew. Yeah, I don't trust these. Well, this testing thing, you know. I remember in the beginning they recalled hundreds of thousands of these tests that tested positive for COVID. How the hell does that happen?
Well, when a watermelon tests positive, what do you want?
Yeah, I think a rock tested positive, didn't it?
Motor oil tested positive. Come on.
We should go test the moon rocks. Yep, exactly.
Still they sleep.
Yep.
Pretty sure that was mainstream news. You know, the local.
Well, we're here for each other. Yeah, thank you for all the awesome links too. Good information. What we got here? Drug delivery to the brain. Yeah. and when they a long time ago I made a video with the testing too. Was they vaccinate cattle that way through the nostrils. And they do certain vaccines on humans through the nostrils as well. So you can inhale it. And there is a couple of vaccines that you can actually drink. Take it orally.
Well, you said they have a pill too. It's blue.
Yeah, I don't know about the pill. I mean, what color it is, but there's a pill too.
Yeah,
So
I
you
think
take.
it's blue.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Giggles. It'd be amazing if it does. You know, anything that contains a lot of information, it seems like they take it down. Because they don't want us talking about anything except unicorns and rainbows.
And we get puppy dogs.
That's right. It works best going through the blood brain, any blood membrane barrier. Right directly in. Bam! All right, let's see. This is the drug delivery to the brain.
Drug delivery to the brain? Could they be doing this already? Well, if you've been tested,
Yeah.
you're going to want to watch this. And I'm going to speed it up and maybe even pause it now and then just so I don't get it taken down.
That's horrifying.
Let's go watch.
These are the legs of a tiny army of robots. So small, they're dwarfed by a single-celled paramecium. 50 years of development in microelectronics have given us a fantastic array of tiny computer systems. But that is only half the puzzle. A robot also needs to move. And now, researchers have created a brand new type of actuator which can do it, giving the tiny brains some brawn. A Up until now, making moving parts at the micron scale has proven tricky. Conventional designs often don't function very well when they're that small, while others work, but rely on mechanisms like magnetism, which can't be easily integrated into existing electronic systems. But the new design, called a surface electrochemical actuator, can be fabricated using similar processes to those used to produce microchips. That means the tiny legs can be added directly to the devices that control them. To make the legs, a 7 nanometer thick sheet of platinum is coated on one side with an inactive material like graphene. The legs are then patterned using a technique called lithography, and the excess material is removed. In order to work, the legs need to be in water, but the concept is relatively simple. When a current is passed through the platinum, charged water particles are attracted to the uncoated surface. The force of these particles binding to the metal creates stress on one side of the sheet, and that makes it bend. By reinforcing sections of the sheet, the bending can be controlled more specifically, and voila, a tiny robot's leg. The robots are equipped with 2 minuscule solar cells. By shining a laser on each one, researchers can create the voltage. And because they are created using the same well-understood manufacturing processes as semiconductor electronics, their production can be easily scaled, making millions of tiny robots at the same time. Swarms of robots so small that they can be injected through a hypodermic syringe and collected using a pipette. Now, at the moment, they can't do much, but their compatibility with existing microelectronics makes them versatile. In theory, new actuators based on these designs could be combined with more complex devices to carry out a whole range of more sophisticated tasks. The researchers have pointed to everything from fighting cancer to tackling crop pests. But that is decades away. Time will tell if these first small steps for micro-robots could be a giant leap for micro-robotics.
And just to make you understand, this is not decades away. They always show you much later what's happening when they have already the technology. Just saying.
That is scary.
Meet Elizabeth Beatty and Denise Wong, PhD students at the University of Pennsylvania.
If you view this through kind of a different type of lens than you're used to and kind of stretch your idea of what bacteria are,
bacteria as a tool for building microscopic robots.
Controllable with environmental stimuli, and they are capable of sensing their environment.
They're very easy to grow, they're easy to maintain, and they have very efficient motors, much more efficient than anything that we've been able to create at such a small scale thus far.
So just like using propellers or wheels on the macro scale, we can use bacteria as micromotors at the micro scale to propel synthetic objects.
Individually, single-celled bacteria don't have much power, but when they're in a swarm,
they become hyperflagellated, so they develop multiple of these tails that propel the cell body, and they're moving as kind of a collective group of autonomous agents.
It's in the swarming state that Beatty and Wong attach them to synthetic structures to build a robot.
So to make the structures, we have a photomask that has holes in it, and then we shine a light over the mask onto our glass slide,
which is covered in a plastic compound. The tiny areas that were exposed to the light bake and harden into the microstructures. These are then pressed onto a sticky swarming mass of bacteria, and those are dissolved into a droplet.
So when the bacteria are all attached, different shapes allow us to study the different forces and torques that are being applied to the structure. In the case of the gear-shaped microstructures, the direction of the gear teeth are pointing in allows us to get either a clockwise oriented rotation of the gear or a counterclockwise orientation of the gear.
They also take advantage of the bacteria's natural sensing ability.
So one of the methods we know to do this is to use a blue light or near blue light that can cause bacteria to continuously tumble.
By blasting light at the structure's edge, Beatty and Wong can get even finer control of the micro-robot's motion.
So they're no longer exerting that propulsive swimming force.
These are small steps towards gaining precise control of their robots that would ideally be aided with the help of synthetic biology.
In order to make an ideal bacteria kind of an all-in-one package that could exhibit very reliable sensing and very powerful motion.
Now, if all of that sounds like the ominous start of a cyborg movie, the researchers assure you that they have no intentions of world domination.
So you could imagine sending in a micro-robot to deliver some type of pharmaceutical drug to a certain area of the body.
They naturally sense organic stimuli already, and so you put a lot of microstructures in an organic waste bucket to see what's inside.
And if their benevolent goals still don't put you at ease, consider this.
Oh, I sleep easy. Bleach kills 99.9% of them.
For Science Friday, I'm Luke.
They put these young ladies there to show that how innocent it really is, you know, to get all this started, the mentality of it. But just understand, I had to show that in fast forward just so I can hope that it'll stay up there. This is neurotherapeutics. I'll add the link where I found this. It's quite
Oh.
right in your face. So if you've been tested, this is my opinion exactly what they've done. And just to see the shape of it, ring a bell? Just added that picture there just so you'd understand what I'm seeing and understanding. But this is actually who's coming up with these, and they are evil. And they think of the most horrific ways of getting rid of humanity. It all goes back to the same exact people. Same beehive mentality is also something I thought of while watching that at the end. I had to add it in there. I didn't realize it until I was watching it and recording it. So I've seen that in many places, and I'm sure many of you have too. So that's exactly what I'm thinking. Do not get tested. Pray for those right now who are on the verge of actually taking the V, because it's just as dangerous. And trust in Jesus. Right now, we need to be vigilant and aware of what is going on all around us. I hope that helped somebody out there. God bless, take care, and until next time.
Until next time. Poor Tim's got trouble there with his Wi-Fi. What are you saying there, Debbie?
We need some Fauci jokes. Fauci cartoonies. Memes or whatever you call
Really?
them. Something to make us feel better.
All right, let me see. Here you go. Fauci the con man.
And I'm not going to opine on limiting anything. I'm just going to tell you.
Fauci, the con man, was a nasty, evil soul with a new vaccine and a scratchy voice, spokesman of the NWO. Fauci, con man, is apparently a saint. He made business slow and he thinks he knows how to keep the whole world safe. Must have been some Rona in that old brown bat they found. For when they placed it in Wuhan, the people dropped on the ground. Oh, Fauci, the con man, he was lying, you could see. And the TV said, wear a mask all day just to lock down you and me. Thumpity, thump, thump, thumpity, thump, thump, look at Fauci go.
Wear a mask all day.
Thump, thumpity, thump, thump, over the curve we go.
That's always worth a laugh.
Knew exactly what to say. So he said, mask on, there'll be no more fun. And we did just what he said. Down to the village with a mandate in his hand. Rona here and there, all around the square, saying, catch me if you can. Locking down the streets of town, defunding every cop. He only paused a moment when BLM said stop. Fauci, the con man, hurt everyone in his way. As he waved goodbye, watching children cry, the lockdown's here to stay.
How many Fauci?
Thump, thump, thumpity, thump, thump, look at Fauci go. Thump, 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 over the curve we go.
It's very important.
There. How was that? Make you feel better?
A little bit. Thank you.
A little bit? Well,
A little
Monarch
bit.
says, oh, I have a great funny. What do you got? We'll play some funny things too. You know, it can't be all. We know what the deal is. Okay, Reality Dose, you take care. Have a good night. Much love. And a Happy New Year. Yeah, the stuff that's going on. You know, we got to keep each other informed, stay updated, because we're like right there.
Yep.
Seems.
Keep each other uplifted too.
Yeah. Reality Dose saying good night, everybody.
Good night, Reality.
Okay, Monarch, let's see what you got. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, I've played this one many times. And I'll play it again.
I wear my face mask in my car so I can virtue signal in my neighborhood. And I wear my face mask when I walk so I can make sure they all know I'm really smart.
Keep your distance.
While they're deceiving me, it cuts my immunity. TV's got control of me. I turn it on, they say.
But this is not over yet.
Don't trust the man with the orange skin, oh no.
Comes from China. It has to be some form of punishment.
Don't mess around with the CDC numbers. Oh no, I can't believe it. We gotta make him a billionaire, oh yeah.
And then the final solution, which is a year to 2 years off, is the vaccine.
I wear my face mask in my house so I can stop a symptomatic disease spread to myself. I wear my face mask when I bike so I can placate all the Karens at the park. Who is deceiving me? Trade freedom for security. TV's got control of me. I turn it on, they say. Don't take it off till the vaccine's here, oh no. Get microchipped and go back to work, oh yeah. Oh no, I can't believe it's not not just a nerd, he's like a doctor too. Oh yeah.
I'm not just a nerd.
The contact tracers knocking at my door. Oh no. I'm just a number.
Every dog has a day. Yeah.
Said I wear my face mask in the car. I wear my face mask when I walk. I wear my face mask in my bed. Said I wear my face mask when I eat. I wear my face mask when I sleep. I wear my face mask. I can't breathe.
Crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that when it first came out. Media Bear come out a lot of good ones. No joke. You ever go to their live stream? Because they do live streaming now.
Come on, Darlene. Come on. You can get up here.
Yeah, they are awesome. I've been to a few of their live streams.
They're pretty funny.
So what's everybody think? January 6th?
Man, who knows?
What are we expecting in 2021? You know, because they like to throw stuff in our face, pre-program us before, and they do it in such incrementally, so the common people don't
Well, next on the list
realize.
is the juice and the alien trip, you know.
Mm. Me too. I'm witnessing and waiting. But is it going to be this year, or could it be next year, or could it be 2030? You know what I mean?
I think that's what's going to wake the sheeple up is the fake alien invasion.
Hunker down and watch your backs. Pretty much. Like that video I showed earlier and the one I made of the director of The Who talking about clamping down on conspiracy theorists and people who like go against the scientist narrative because it's jeopardizing the health of the population. I mean,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then right after that, I showed the video. Well, maybe not after, but I showed the video tonight too of just saying the hospitals are overflowing. And then I showed a video of a woman being pulled out of her home because she uploaded a video of the hospital being empty. Got arrested. What's going on? Hey, Darlene, what's up? Radical me. Yeah. You, what do you mean? What happens if it's not fake? Well, thank you.
I think they're going to try to pose as the good ones, but actually they're going to be the bad ones. That's what I think.
Wow.
There's going to be some kind of trickery involved. We know this.
Mm-hmm. Radical me is saying it just got worse for Sydney, Australia. As of 12 p.m. midnight, they are trying to make masks compulsory, but I know how to get around it. Well, that's what I said earlier too. Biden's just once he starts office, he wants his first 100 days, everyone wear a mask. He's told us that many times.
Well, just recently too, even after you get the backs, you're going to need the mask too. But you're still going to need the second vax too on top of the mask now.
Yeah. Good night, Monarch. Take care. And thanks for sharing tonight. How about you, Radical? What you got up your sleeve? Okay.
I'm a good listener. It's always a good thing to be a good listener. Yeah. Boy, the ambush is that way.
And
Ooh. I'm barred for 2 weeks, so the vid they barred for me for I put on my backup channel. Do you have a link to your backup channel so everyone can grab it, including me if I don't have it? Because I don't remember your backup channel. Was it? Here's one of the Radical Me's. We're now free as caged birds.
and you think you're free. Sydney, New South Wales, Australia is showing just how free you really be. Apply for a New Year's Eve pass. If you want to leave your house, if you're in Sydney, you can't without a pass. Otherwise, you'll be fined, arrested, or whatever BS they're going to do to you. To keep everyone bullshit safe, on New Year's Eve, a green zone will be established around Circular Quay and parts of the northern Sydney foreshore. There was an outbreak on the Sydney northern beaches of around, let's say 40 people with a cough and cold. And maybe a handful of people in Sydney. But anyway, you need a pass just to go out in Sydney now. If you're a resident or going to an event or address in the green zone, you will need a New Year's Eve pass to enter the zone from 5 p.m. onwards.
The virus is not colorblind.
What do they mean? Eligibility. You can apply for a pass if you're a resident in the green zone. So if you're a resident, like I said, you can't even leave home to grab a coffee without having a pass, having a certificate. That'd be a COVID certificate of vaccination ID. Okay, it's not a vaccination certificate, but either way, it's getting us used to carrying a certificate around just to leave home. Have received a registration code from one of the following. So if you've booked a cafe, restaurant, pub or bar to go to, you receive a code. So that way you need your certificate and the code to get in. But if you're not from the area, you just can't go. You're going to need to have booked already at the pub and then apply for your New Year's Eve pass, green pass, just to get into the city. You can't go. So first you've got to make the booking to prove you're going there for a reason, which is to celebrate New Year's Eve. And for people who live there, well, you just need a pass to be able to leave your house unit in general. And if you're going to host an event at a private residence, you've got to tell them all the people that are coming and you need a pass just to get into that house. So you can't even have a private party now without telling the government all that information of everybody who's coming, all the kids. More absolute bullshit. Everything David Icke, that's right. Google his name. Everything he has said has come to fruition. It is 100% true. Everything. Okay, except for that reptilian stuff, which a lot of people have seen and know it's true. But either way, he's been telling us for nearly over 30 years all this was coming into fruition. It's happened. It's in our face. 2021, everyone's saying, making out it's going to be a great year. It's going to be worse than 2020. They've already told us they're going to lock us down more. They've already told us we're going to need certificates of vaccination ID. The government is already pushing people against people, saying we're not forcing vaccinations, but we're allowing your boss to not allow you to work if you're not vaccinated. So they're making it out if your boss is being the hard ass, not the government. No, they're making people fight. It's all planned. It's all bullshit, and people have to wake up now. And you think you're...
I hear you, Darlene. But that's what's coming. I mean, it's in Australia. Why wouldn't it come here?
Yeah. Everybody's got to follow suit to make it,
Yep. We got a new video of this. I'll play real quick.
31st of the 12th, 2020, 8 p.m, Sydney, Australia. And if you looked at a video I did a while back about the green plasma event that was supposed to occur, the dome was supposed to open up and all the rest of it, we're going into a new age. You could have got taken up if you're vegan. Well, if you look at the sky, mate, over the last week, since around the 21st of December, you've hardly been able to see through the clouds ever. You have been able at times through bits and pieces, but the sky's been blocked. And today, nothing but helicopters above the clouds. Fucking weird. Anyway, needless to say, I didn't get taken up. The plasma event may or may not have occurred. I didn't see it. I'm still freaking here. Can't go out. I'm not going out tonight for New Year's. It is a rat's ass. And if you do go out into Sydney, Australia, you've got to have passes on you. You can't go into a green zone. Even if you live there, you've got to have a ticket just to leave your own house. I'd love to say 2021 is going to be a great year. Oh, but I'd be lying. I think it's lockdowns to come. Lots of lockdowns. Lots of people locked in bubbles. Should I go on? Or just say Happy New Year to all the people who subscribe to Erratically Me. So anyway, happy, great 2021 to you all. What to expect? I'll just appreciate anything of ease that comes my way for 2021. May it be peaceful. You know, they've only won if they've got your mind. And that's what I've been thinking. I've got to develop an attitude where I'm just not so much accepting the lockdowns and the food shortages and the bubble they're going to put us in where you can't even travel from home, the quote unquote forced vaccinations that the government can't force, but they're going to allow people us people to not allow people to work for us if they're not vaccinated. So they're going to make people fight against people, you see. Once again, do you get angry? Who do you fight? Who do you attack? Well, no one. Well, you can. Look, until someone actually tries to actually manhandle you, physically abuse you, touch you, and force something on you in that aspect, there's no need. I mean, at that point, you can defend the fuck out of yourself and anything goes. You're fighting for survival and anything goes. But you can't allow what's occurring to get control of your mind. So you really do have to develop an attitude. They said not accepting it, but to deal with what's going to happen in the future. They've only won if they've got your mind and they're controlling that. And you, what are you going to fight? That's what I'm thinking. Well, what am I going against here? You can't beat it. There's nothing to grab hold and snap it in half and finish it off. You know what I mean? There's nothing there to fight. The government's wrapped it, and it's, the hand's way above the government in Australia. The Reserve Bank boss, Philip Lowe, he's controlling this country. What's above him? Where do you go? You know, and then if these people were gone, there's people above it or things above it. There's nothing just to grab, put in the headlock and finish off and say, okay, I'm changed the world. You can't change the world. There's a world inside you, or are you inside the world? Control your mind and you control your world. So something I've got to get my head around. I understand it, but I suppose I do have to start living it in 2021 and accept that maybe this property is where I'm going to live for most of it. I'm not going to be able to move around. So be it. Okay. So just grow your food and be peaceful here. Why can't I do that? I can do it. Don't allow them to frustrate the fuck out of me and make me do anything that's not very productive. It doesn't. I want to stick around for a lot longer and watch a lot more of it. So I want to watch the peace and the people control the world. How do you do that? First of all, you can't do nothing until you control your own mind and be peace within. Peace isn't without. Peace is within. Oh, I'm going good. I better quit on that. Over. Happy New Year for you great people out there.
Good vids, Radical. Thanks. That wouldn't surprise me, Giggles. It's already running into the house. That's crazy.
Like a horror story. Not true.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't even watch horror films either. full-fledged color horror film. It's called like lucid dreaming when it's in color, right? It's in color.
Oh, your Rocco just dropped his link for his backup channel. And I do have it. Gotcha. Even had the bell rung. Imagine that. What do you mean, Tim? Did you know there's censor in your chat? Oh, yeah. Even sometimes when I put a message in the chat, they block it as recognized as spam or something. It says, I forget the exact words, but
That's an excuse, huh?
I mean, yeah, I mean, like,
Spam is an excuse.
that's happened to me quite a few times. Who wants to go to safety land? Because we're off to safety land. Nah, 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 nah. Oh, because we're off to safety land. Nah, 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 nah. Did it again. Okay. Come on, sing it. It's karaoke. Round 6.
See more science fiction than actual fact.
Round 6.
Perhaps the most dangerous of all. Round and round they go, and where they stop, nobody knows.
It's another good one.
Wear a mask to one. Don't forget your gloves to protect everyone. To begin, tuck it in, lower oxygen till the roller it comes out. Sheep with both eyes open.
Oops.
Extra tight every night.
Street light. Wash your hands.
That's how demented it all is.
I'm not breathing right, and I wear it all night. Dream reading darker tonight. Sheep with both eyes open. Roll our voices. Keep it tight. Every night. Wash your hands. Lots of rules and safety land. Now I'm a complacent sheep.
Now I'm a complacent sheep.
Safety mask, my soul to keep.
Safety mask, my soul to keep.
A diaper strapped across my
A
face.
diaper strapped across my
A
face.
new vaccine that I must take.
A new vaccine that I must take.
Hush, little normies, just say my words. And always have your face covered. It's the disease under your bed. On your TV, in your head. Nose guard tight. Every night. They command every flight. Day and night. Don't shake hands. Now we can be there. Oh. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No. We're off to live in safety land. Don't shake hands. Lots of rules in safety land. Understand. Off to live in safety land.
Safety land will never be complete as long as there is imagination left in the world.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the kids, you know. The young kids, man. What they have to deal with.
It's Media Bear. Drop the link in the chat for those who don't have Media Bear. Okay, there's the link. If anyone wants to grab up Media Bear. Maybe you needed a refresh, Tim, or just close your laptop or phone and come back. That usually works. You right there, Debbie?
Oh yeah, I'm just at a loss for words. Like it just never ends.
Yep.
And I honestly don't know what to expect on the 6th.
Me too, Tim. I got my desktop, my phone, and my laptop. Because when I share a screen, if I'm only using one device, I can't see the chat or anything. All I see is what I'm sharing. So I use the 2 devices, and then my phone, if it's easier sometimes, just to use my phone to put a message or a comment. Uh-oh. Hey, Darlene, Debbie likes her popcorn a little burnt.
I do. It just tastes good. I like it. Good. Butter and extra, a little slightly burnt. Yep. Well, that's the way it gets like
Nice.
for a campfire. It's always like slightly burnt,
Mm. Pop, pop. Anyone else want to come up? Or if you have any links you want to share? We'll just chill for a while and chat. Anything you want to talk about?
More the merrier.
Bring up some topics.
That was the first kind of popcorn I ever had, was over a campfire.
I haven't had popcorn in such a long time.
Me either.
This shoe is down. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah. Felt pretty good about now, popcorn. Yep. Don't have any
Yes, yeah. How about the Linwood saying Epstein is alive today and Penta's going to get arrested? What you think about that?
I think the odds of him being alive is fairly good. Epstein.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Nothing would surprise me.
Exactly.
Nothing
I've
would
seen
even
enough. Yeah, I've seen enough. It wouldn't surprise me if he's still alive. Who the hell knows?
Not much would even shock me at this point.
All right. Well, let's see what we got here. Uh-oh. You should come up then, a radical. Click that StreamYard link.
At least he's giving fair warning. That's cool. Sounds pretty good. Campfire with some popcorn.
What's this here? The persistent state surveillance power of the dawn of the drones. I wrote an 80,000 word book after having built some of the first high-tech sensors utilizing airborne remote sensing. The book incorporates over 100 external sources and is an experienced analysis about the current and future roles of data in our society.
Lovely. I agree. Giggles, lovely.
This one here. Wow. I started out with one of Dabu's in the beginning, but it wasn't this one. This is mandatory. You know, everything is on the table, says Dr. Fauci. Well, let's hear what Dr. Fauci has to say.
Abu 7, the absurdity that comes along with these vaccines. Not only have we had the WHO state that they believe these vaccines don't even stop the spread because there's no proof showing, we even have Anthony Fauci now saying that this is the case. He goes on and says he believes that vaccinations against the COVID-19 could be mandated by individual institutions and for travel and to get into stadiums and concerts. We know that, and we know that that's where they're taking this. Been warning about this. But he says that he's unsure if the vaccine prevents the spread. Let me repeat that. Fauci says he is unsure if the vaccine prevents the spread. So he wants you to keep wearing your ritual mask, your face diaper. He says everything is on the table for discussion, of course, about this whole ritual that we're going through. He says he doesn't believe that there will be a federal mandate. But as I said before, as he's already hinted and dropped the breadcrumbs to us, it's going to be the institutions. All the ones that they deem essential and all this other stuff. So everyone out there that thought, oh, essential job is going to be the job to get. Yeah, after you get that vaccine. It's the only way you're going to have an essential job in the future. Have you not realized that? Because others have. Others that just have to fly for their job have realized what has happened and that they have to make a choice. You're either going to bow down to some job or some place that's going to make you take this vaccine or you're not. It's time to rise. We are in a war. I've said it over and over. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's not a pipe dream. It's not a fantasy. It's real. Your country's getting decimated. Jobs wiped out. People put out on the streets left and right. You don't think we're not in a war? Yeah. Part of the problem is that mentality is people going back to sleep. So you need to turn off the TV, tune into the real truthers out here that are pumping out the info. You can find that over on places like Parler and D Live. Going live tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, to discuss all this, to break it down further. Join us on D Live, and also make sure to hit that subscribe button over here on the channels and hit that bell notification as well. It's been Dabu7.
I'll be dropping this link again. Did I do this one? Yep. So what you think about that? Hey Camo, how you doing? Happy New Year.
I think that would be a good idea. Everybody head to Washington. They would know the masses.
Is everyone getting their guns in America? 6 and marching into Washington, D.C.
So that's what needs to happen.
Actually, there was I had it up yesterday, but I didn't make a video on it. There's let's see, hold on, let me get this link. I think Trump is asking everybody. There's a thing you fill out, and they're talking about like taking buses.
For what?
Everybody show up in Washington on the 6th.
Trump is suggesting this.
Yeah.
Oh, that could be a trap.
Yeah, it's my first thought.
Yeah, it could be a trap. I can figure that trap out like 3 ways right now. Like, hey, there's 3 possibilities here at least. Didn't take me long. Wait. Oh no.
Alright.
You don't get me on no bus and they won't allow the doors open. Okay, that's not going to happen. No way.
But they have everybody figured out. They're sitting there watching us all talk about it. They have it. You know, they know every text, every conversation, every email.
Of course they do.
All right. So they know exactly who is anti anything. Yeah, I don't know if they'll have guns, but probably have a lot of people there because there's a lot of people signing up. I don't know. That would be crazy. That would be a good way to spray everybody with something. Or, you know what I mean? Get a lot of patriots in one shot. Yeah, anti-bullshit. You got it. Chad says, cool, glad I found you all. We'll be back. Gotta run. My 5-year-old doesn't allow sleeping in. Take care, Chad. Thanks. Axe Bleed. Cops now drive with windows up and mask on. Tim. Yep, take care, Chad. I heard that. Around 7. There we go. Secret Covenant of the Illuminati. ODDTV.
ODDTV. Never sleep again.
I was actually looking at this song earlier to play.
An illusion it will be. So large, so vast, it will escape their perception. Those who will see it will be thought of as insane. We will create separate fronts to prevent them from seeing the connection between us. We will behave as if we are not connected to keep the illusion alive. Our goal will be accomplished one drop at a time, so as to never bring suspicion upon ourselves. This will also prevent them from seeing the changes as they occur. We will always stand above the relative field of experience, for we know the secrets of the absolute. We will work together, always, and will remain bound by blood and secrecy. Death will come to he who speaks. We will keep their lifespan short and their minds weak while pretending to do the opposite. We will use our knowledge of science and technology in subtle ways so that they will never see what is happening. We will use soft metals, aging accelerators, and sedatives in food and water. Also, in the air. They will be blanketed in poison everywhere they turn. The soft metals will cause them to lose their minds. We will promise to find a cure from our many fronts. Yet we will feed them more poison. The poisons will be absorbed through their skin and mouths. They will destroy their minds and reproductive systems. From all this, their children will be born dead, and we will conceal this information. The poisons will be hidden in everything that surrounds them, in what they drink, eat, breathe, and wear. We must be ingenious in dispensing the poisons, for they can see far. We will teach them that the poisons are good, with fun images and musical tones. Those they look up to will help. We will enlist them to push our poisons. They will see our products being used in film and will grow accustomed to them and will never know their true effect. When they give birth, we will inject poisons into the blood of their children and convince them it is for their help. We will start early on, when their minds are young. We will target their children with what children love most, sweet things. When their teeth decay,
Sweet things.
their mind and steal their future. When their inability to learn has been affected, we will create medicine that will make them sicker and cause other diseases for which we will create yet more medicine. We will render them docile and weak before us by our power. They will grow depressed, slow, and obese. And when they come to us for help, we will give them more poison. We will focus their attention towards money and material goods, so that the many never connect with their inner self. We will distract them with fornication, external pleasures, and games, so that they may never be one with the oneness of it all. Their minds will belong to us, and they will do as we say. If they refuse, we shall find ways to implement mind-altering technology into their lives. We will use fear as our weapon. We will establish their governments and establish opposite sides. We will always hide our objective but carry out our plan. They will labor for us, and we shall prosper from their toil. Our families will never mix with theirs. Our blood must be pure always, for it is the way. We will make them kill each other when it suits us. We will keep them separated from oneness by dogma and religion. We will control all aspects of their lives and tell them what to think and how. We will guide them kindly and let them think they are guiding themselves. We will foment animosity between them through our factions. When a light shall shine among them, we shall extinguish it by ridicule or death, whichever suits us best. But if they ever find out they are our equal, we shall perish then. This they must never know. If they ever find out that together they can vanquish us, they will take action. They must never, ever find out what we have done. For if they do, we shall have no place to run, for it will be easy to see who we are once the veil is fallen. Our actions will have revealed who we are, and they will hunt us down, and no person shall give us shelter. This is the secret covenant by which we shall live the rest of our present and future lives. For this reality will transcend many generations and lifespans. This covenant is sealed by blood. Our blood. We, the ones who from heaven to earth came. This covenant must never be known to exist. It must never, ever be written or spoken of. For if it is, the consciousness it will spawn will release the fury of the Prime Creator upon us. And we shall be cast to the depths from whence we came, and remain there until the end of time, of infinity itself.
Yeah, I used to do raids all the time. Remember, Giggles? After every live stream. I can do that again. There is. I'll drop the link again for ODD TV. If you don't have ODD TV, check out. Here's the link. Alright, I got your link, Tim. I got yours too, Darlene. Hi, Glads. How you doing? Good to see you. Happy New Year. Much love. The Royal Axe Blade, you're learning. Anogina Gawamo. Good shares tonight, everybody. Here's another one from Dabu, from Darlene Sharon. Thousands of Colorado residents left without heat after vandals target natural gas lines. I actually played this one already in the beginning. This is the one. But yeah, looks like it was for those who didn't see the video. You want me to play it?
Play it.
Play it.
Seven. A heads up for a situation that could continue to get worse here. I don't want to see this spiral out of control. This may be one small group of individuals that's doing this. It may be kind of a larger type of thing. We don't know at this point, but what we do know is that thousands of residents in Colorado have been left in the cold after their gas lines have been attacked. This isn't something you see every single day. And in this instance, they're trying to say they think an activist group is connected to this. Now, it'd be one thing to say, okay, an activist group was ticked off about something. They went out and they did one event. But if this was to continue and to snowball, you're talking about creating problems for all kinds of everyday people. Some people out there being left in freezing cold temperatures. So when people start dying from this stuff, well, it's definitely going to be a game changer. And I like to cover these stories and things like this in case we see something else spawn from this. Now, they're saying that they attacked 3 different places. This wasn't just a one-hit type of event. They hit 3 separate Black Hills Energy gas lines. 1 in Aspen, 2 in Pitkin County. This left thousands shivering and freezing. What happens when an elderly person gets left freezing in the dark or their oxygen is shut off because they have a generator that's running off natural gas? Because some people do. I mean, all these different things come into the fray of everyday people that were affected here big time, and it could cause some big time problems, especially in the wintertime. I understand activists out there trying to get their point across, and I've supported the oil pipelines and different protests on them before. But the fact of the matter is this: many people in these cities depend on natural gas to heat their homes versus nuclear power, all these other ways. So I think that this has hurt the everyday people more than it's helped them in this instance, even though this group, if it was this group claiming to do it, did it. And here's another thing. It's very easy for someone to go out here and attack these things and scribble Earth First on it and make it look like some activists did it if it was part of something else. So a lot of different angles on this, but the bottom line is someone is sabotaging people's heat in the wintertime. Make note of it. Update on this. Follow me on Parler for more, and also hit that subscribe button here on YouTube. So many people say,
What's that?
Oh, I was reading the chat. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. Before
Radical Me said, send some vids to his family members and just mess with their heads. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what you gotta do, but when people don't want to hear it, or this is just some people you can't wake up no matter what you do. Those ones I don't push it on. I just after so many years of doing it, you learn who you can talk to and who you can't.
Yep.
Otherwise, you make enemies with them. You know what I mean? But this is a video from Tim. I don't know what it's about, but I see it says, I'm still trying to teach the sheriff's department how to read. They don't know what no trespassing means. These guys are always lost out here in the middle of nowhere. I have video of the idiots, but I can't upload it. So the courts, whatever, will let them read it, I guess. What's going on, Tim? Now grab that camo after.
I haven't ever seen them mess around with chat, but I can't hit that button right there to share it. Look at that. It's not blue. But you can see how the font changed. I don't know, whatever you call it. Normal chat. And once I set up something against them, it changed. Damn it. No means no, Bill Cosby.
Well, I know there's a limit on the letters you can use. I couldn't really see that. Were you 44 over the limit on the letters? Because if you're over the limit they allow, then it won't let you send. You know what I mean? Okay, Glads. Thank you. Salamat. Oh, that's crazy. Had to happen in 20 letters. Yeah, YouTube's messing around. I haven't had that happen yet. I mean, unless I went over the limit, because sometimes I'm typing something, I'll be typing, and I see I'm like I'm 30 letters over. I'm like, now what ones do I gotta delete? Yeah,
Characters over.
them letters add up quick. Yeah, that's crazy.
It doesn't matter if it's letters or emojis.
Radical. Just stick to safe words. Yeah. That's the truth, though. You can say all that, but you can't say certain other words that go against their narrative. But that's the truth. All right, let's see here. Oh, okay, Camo, I already did that one too. With the 5G, really dangerous. Did it not into this one? Hold on.
What's right is wrong. What's wrong is right. They got it all mixed up.
Crazy. All right.
Cows don't
This
don't
5G,
need.
this 5G really dangerous. But yeah, we got donkey farts now. What? You know, that's true. I mean, I don't hang around with cows, but I remember passing farms and you could smell the cow shit. I haven't smelled that in years. You know what I mean?
Oh, I can never forget the smell of it. Cow pies.
Yeah. Yeah, you smell it all the time when you pass a farm. Well, half the farms that used to be around are no longer growing. That's the smell of money. What?
Fertilizer. Fertilizer. Let's see. Yeah.
Yeah. Cows should be mad. That's crazy. Your farm's still kicking then. Still doing good. You can drop the link here, Radical. I'll play this. Is 5 or is G5 really dangerous?
Everything's recyclable, you
Yep.
Unit at Vodafone, their headquarters in Newbury, between 2013 through to 2015. I was privy to a number of the new technologies that were coming down the pipe that was going to be implemented, namely the Internet of Things, and secondly, the 5G technology. I knew a long time ago that 5G was dangerous, but I didn't understand the correlation with the coronavirus, which I now do, and I want to be able to explain that to you. So what is happening? There is a deliberate strategy to roll out 5G, which is the 5th generation internet radio spectrum frequencies that enable mobile phones, smartphones, and all devices to function on a much faster processing ability. And with the introduction of AI and artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things, where all devices will be connected, so whether it's your car, whether it's your phone, whether it's your refrigerator, whether it's your electricity in your house, it's all going to be on a smart grid. Effectively a type of matrix, unfortunately. Sorry to use that term. So what is happening is that this technology has to be rolled out globally. My company that I used to work for, as they're running their largest worldwide business unit, is Vodafone. Vodafone are in partnership with Huawei or Huawei, whatever you call them, a Chinese telecoms company. And they have been rolling out systematic 5G implementation in multiple locations. What's the relevance? The frequency that they're using on the telecoms company back in 2010 through to 2013-14, some of you will be aware, that specialized in radio spectrum, that we
Pretty hip on the mushrooms.
external
Wild
signals
ones.
from satellites
Yeah.
into buildings. And so that the frequency that you experience in power on your phone is the same in the building as it is outside of the building. When mobile networks were created initially, they thought people will be on the road all the time, hence why they were called mobile phones. But actually what happened is people used their mobile phones in buildings and the signal wasn't strong enough to penetrate buildings. That's called radio spectrum. And they're different megahertz frequencies, etc. So the 5G frequency is a very high frequency, very, very, very high frequency. It is just below the classification of a weapon, and I'll tell you why. The frequency that they're using, which is 10 times faster than 4G, unfortunately, when it comes into connection with human bodies, causes cell poisoning. Cell poisoning.
What?
So our bodies try to fight the radiation that is in the form of cell poisoning because of this frequency. It is effectively radiation. And what happens is our bodies kick out the toxicity or toxins with some proteins and some DNA, RNA from our cells in the form of a chemical which is called a virus. And most diseases are excretions from cells that we are trying to pull out of our body or push out of our body. And it will head towards orifices to be excreted or expunged out of our body. So our noses or our mouths. So you can understand the picture I'm painting. So what's happening, sorry for the detail, but this is going to take a bit of time. What is happening is that 5G, the frequency and the power, which is 10 times more powerful than 4G, is reacting adversely with human cells, causing cells in our bodies to be poisoned, toxic, and our natural defense mechanism is pushing out that toxicity in the form of a virus. So what you're seeing is not coronavirus per se, you're seeing cell poisoning manifesting with fluids, chemicals, viruses that the body is trying to dispose of because it's harmful to its physical body. So all that's occurring around the world, and I hear your minds thinking, well, how can that be, Pastor? But I'll explain in a moment. All that's occurring in the world is a reaction to human bodies to the electrification of the universe through 5G satellites, 5G towers, 5G cells that are being populated in major cities around the world. So this is what is causing this pandemic. So sorry to say, second point, this is the largest global cover-up in history for the impact on human beings based on technological advancements. I hope that makes sense. I don't have time to quantify that. I'll give you further information in a moment. So what is happening, it's not the coronavirus. It is a virus that is being produced by cell poisoning. And therefore, the virus that we have is really a measure or indication of our cells excreting toxins. This is what's killing people. So let me give you some facts that will hopefully make this compelling. So one of the first cities that Vodafone, Huawei, and some of the other technology companies rolled out the ubiquitous blanket 5G, guess where it was? Wuhan, China, where this coronavirus was supposedly meant to start in some fish market. That is complete nonsense. It started as a result of radioactive or radio frequencies at a high level, creating radiation that was toxic to cells. And that's why people were falling over, dying in the streets, etc. So they've tried to cover it up. So because it has a flu type characteristics, they are using coronavirus to try and hide the fact that people are dying from the 5G frequency. So let me just explain. Other major cities that rolled this out, it takes 6 months for this to impact your physical body. So last year, obviously Wuhan was the first city. Then Spain rolled out 5G. Italy rolled out 5G. So you're seeing an uncommon level of fatalities because of the level of 5G penetration in these countries. Italy has had more fatalities than any other country because it is densely populated with 5G, and the older generation doesn't have the immune system to fight against it. Let me move on because of time. So Italy has rolled it out. Spain has rolled it out. Most major cities have rolled it out around the world, and countries. London is one of the biggest CCTV centers, and obviously they're in the process of rolling out more 5G. What is the relevance of all of this? The relevance is the coronavirus is not what's killing people. It is clearly, categorically, unequivocally, and scientifically proven that the radio frequencies that we are being exposed to is what is killing the people. Why are they allowing it? Because of multiple agendas, but primarily because 5G is the only network with the speed to handle the future. And where we're going rapidly is a world run by AI, artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, where everything's interconnected on the internet, a new global currency that is coming out, hence why I've been pushing what I've been pushing for the last 5 years in Africa with our own digital currency to combat what was coming. In addition to that, there will be driverless cars. There'll be a number of different things that basically need to run on 5G. So they cannot reverse the implementation of this technology. And they're happy for it to the sacrifice to be millions of lives around the world. Just to prove the point further, the cruise ships were installed with 5G. So the people that were quarantined on the cruise ships, they were cruise ships that had 5G, and that's why the people were getting sick. Hospitals have 5G. Major cities have 5G. Airports have 5G. So these are places where people will automatically get sick if they're exposed to the inordinate levels of radiation through radio spectrum poisoning. Okay, so let me move on. We've had 3 pandemics in the last 120 years. The first pandemic was in 1918, which was called the Spanish flu pandemic. This was when they implemented radio waves globally and increased electrification of our universe. Guess what happens? Millions of people died 6 months later with a pandemic they called the Spanish flu pandemic. Roll on a number of years. World War II, just after that, another pandemic, which was the implementation of radar equipment globally. Satellites went up, a plethora of different satellites went up into the what they call is the Van Allen belt, basically where they store and send satellites. So when that was implemented, again, there was a number of deaths from the pandemic. The last major pandemic was in 1968, which was called the Hong Kong flu. Guess what they did then? They rolled out another level of satellite penetration in the Van Allen belt, over 100,000 satellites that were transmitting radar signals, radar field in the cosmic field, basically. So these were satellites that were pushing telecommunication and radar communication. So we had radio waves first at the beginning of the century, and then they implemented radar equipment and telecommunication satellites. These caused pandemics that killed multiple millions of people. And the last one was in 1968. So guess what's happening now? They've rolled out 5G, and this is impacting people's lives, killing people around the world, and they're covering it up in the name of coronavirus. So that is a fact. Please go and do your study 5G, the implications of the implementation. Just to help you further, one of the countries, which is a huge country that has millions of people, huge country with cold weather, Russia, has had no fatalities in the area of coronavirus. Why? Because they have not implemented 5G on a public use yet. They've only implemented it for exclusive use by the military, hence why they've had no fatalities. Just to prove the point further, you're seeing in the news now that people without underlying health issues or compromised immune systems are falling sick and dying of corona. That makes no sense that the young are dying. The reason they are dying, the facts are, the truth is that the radiation does not compromise, has no prejudice. Young or old, you will succumb to the power of radiation. Okay, so this is the fact of what's really occurring. This is part of their strategy because of the importance of 5G, and this is a global phenomenon that cannot be reversed. First point. So please understand that I give you 17 minutes. I wish I could give you more just on that, but trust me, do some research. There's some scholarly articles out there on the impact of there's like the Boston Health group that investigated contagions and that the one of the viruses, and it's not contagion. What they're doing is spreading it to people via the testing. Sorry to be honest, but that's what's happening. So when you're tested, it gives them an opportunity to contaminate you with the virus, because to cover up millions of people will die from the excessive radio frequency radiation. So basically that's what's occurring, unfortunately. So where is this going doing this? We know the technological reasons for it. They need a robust, scalable, fast, capable internet that can handle the petadata of information about all of your movements, all of your journeys, all of your banking transactions, your identification, all the CCTV cameras around the world, etc., because they need visibility on what everyone's doing. But the primary reason beyond that, what they're doing, which is luciferic and satanic, sorry to be honest, to use that term, but what is happening is that they are implementing 3 new strategies. One, vaccines. So the vaccines have in it toxins. You know, one of the things about vaccines, they give you the actual disease to see how the body's immune system will fight and combat the disease. So they give you the disease. But in that vaccine will consist of chemicals that light you up effectively to respond even more powerfully to signals. So a bit like chemotherapy, radiotherapy, but what they inject in your system enables the cells to be destroyed. That vaccine will consist of a substance that will enable the frequency of 5G to be more effective in creating more fatalities. So what you're seeing around the world is that they're buying time to build capacity for the hospitals, for the warehouses, and all the places they're going to convert into huge mortuaries effectively, sorry to be honest with you, to house the millions of people that are going to die from what is happening. So God has a plan. There is a plan. So let me just quickly throw that up now in case people are starting to worry. God has not given us a spirit of fear, power, and love, and of a sound mind. No weapon formed against us can prosper. So please know that this is a weapon that has been formed, but it shall not prosper against God's people. And I'll tell you why in a moment. So these are some of the things. Now, you may or may not be aware that we are electromagnetic beings. I know that sounds a bit weird. It's not new agey. I've studied it scientifically. We have electric circuits. Our nervous system is really a complex network of wiring that our masterful creator created us to have. So brain signals, synapse signals, information that travels up and down the body that tells you to move, to sneeze, to whatever, to fight disease. This is created by electrical circuitry that's in our body. The electrical circuitry then creates chemistry or chemicals, different types of chemicals that we react to when we eat and when we do different things, subject to us being exposed to light and different things. And so we are predominantly water. And then there's obviously the physical mass of the body that houses everything. But ultimately, we are an electric circuit. So we react to frequencies. We respond to vibrations. We respond to energy. So electromagnetic energy, I haven't got time to deal with it, but basically includes gamma rays, X-rays, hence why when they do X-rays, they have to stand behind certain screens. There is infrared, there is all sorts of different kinds of electromagnetic energy that is just visible. One of the other visible is light, ultraviolet light and visible light. So that's one part of energy. The other part is charged particles, and I won't get into that, but that's protons and also electrons and all sorts of different things that run about our universe, and we are given the capacity by God to be able to cope with these natural forces of energy running around the various solar system and into the Van Andel belt and around the world. What's the relevance? So frequencies affect our sense of well-being. And one of the things I'll tell you in another conversation after this is how can we combat, because all of us emit frequencies. Our heart, I did a teaching on this about the magnetic power of our heart and mind, that we do emit frequencies. We don't use those terms in Bible terms, but might, power, anointing, fire of God, spirit, all of these things can be scientifically proven as electrification of our beings. Either we generate it or atmospheres affect us. That's when we get together and have corporate worship and prayer. There's a level of spiritual energy. We call that the Holy Ghost, but it's a physical energy that can be felt. And many things I could talk about on that, but because of the time I can't reveal too much. Okay, so there is a solution that will help us to survive and to protect us, and I'm developing those theories further, and I will share them later on. So let me explain the game plan. So the game plan of this new order, unfortunately, it is the era of the new world order. It has commenced, and this is why the last 5 years I was pushing my economic model with presidents throughout Africa to give them an alternative digital currency and economic model that can sustain them independent of the World Bank, independent of this new world order controlled by the 1% of the 1% elites. Now, what are they doing? So you'll see already in the news today, there is announcement of the vaccines that will come. I said there were 3 developments. Vaccines, which will come, which will obviously have catastrophic impact on our physical being exposed to the radiation. Secondly, the vaccines will come with a tracking device called an RFI chip. It is a microchip that will be inserted at the same time as the vaccines. They're not even being, subtle about it. They're being quite overt about it. This will give them the ability to track. It will be presented in the name of, we need to know who has had vaccines, who hasn't had vaccines, so we can know who's safe, who's not safe, and who can be given license to travel and do different things on the basis that they're no longer a threat to humanity, based upon this spurious, ostensible notion of the coronavirus, which is complete fallacy. It doesn't exist in the context of what's killing us. Okay, so they're just using it as a means to justify where they're going. The third area, unfortunately, is the introduction, and I saw this 5 years ago, hence why I've been working what I was working on the implementation of digital currency. A global digital currency. It will start with the US and it will roll out around the world. And this is why, as I said, I developed my own blockchain platform with our own digital currency pegged to minerals in the ground, so Africa could have its own independence and a currency juxtaposition to other currencies that would be strong in trading, capital and financial markets. That's what your pastor's been working on behind the scenes while preaching and ministering. This is what we've been doing from a kingdom point of view. But let me say, this has hailed a new era of the mark of the beast. It is here, it is real, it is now. They are expediting rapidly because they realize that there's a level of esoteric enlightenment going through the earth. There's a level of technology that can fast track other people's agenda, which will be contrary to theirs, and they will want to shut it down. So what are they doing systematically, systemically, and simultaneously? They are shutting global economies down because they want to introduce 2 things: a new level of monopoly or oligopolies. These are 4 or 5 key multinational companies. Amazon will be the first. Google is obviously one. There'll be others that will manage the supply chain of everything that we purchase. So everything is going to be streamlined, from food to electronics to the flow of money and everything. So the second thing they're doing with this system is, other than creating these oligopolies, so they've shut the global markets down for that. They want to make as many people as possible unemployed. So please do not believe these measures they're talking about stipends and basically grants or payments to help our self-employed or people who've been made redundant. It's not going to happen to any degree that's going to affect the livelihood of people. We're heading for the largest global recession the world has ever seen, because they are changing the game. So what they're bringing in now is, and I'm conscious it's 26 minutes, but it's important information you must understand. They are bringing in the new system, the new blockchain global digital currency, which we will not have access to unless we can prove that we are no longer harmed to humanity by having the vaccines, which will be mandatory. They will force them on us. And secondly, they will insist that we have to take the chip that is a part of that same simultaneous process. Why are they shutting global economies down? Because they want to take control back from entrepreneurs, control back from family offices, family businesses. They want to completely disrupt the fabric of society as we know it. Education, employment, everything will be completely different in the matter of months, not even years. So this is their strategy to ultimately control in terms of visibility through technology such as 5G and the internet and all that that gives them access to in terms of internet things, and the control of money. If you control money, you control the power. And so that is their agenda. And obviously they want to control the population. Bill Gates, God bless him, has resigned from his position as chairman of Microsoft, and as the chairman of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. He is now pushing the vaccine agenda. He has developed technology. He is responsible for a lot of this. So please, those who've held him as an innovator, he's innovating for the demise of humanity. Vaccines have always been a danger to humanity, and they contain pathogens, I think it's called, that are harmful to our human body. Anyway, so that's what's the holistic high-level summary. There's a lot of information summarized just to give you the highlights of what's occurring. So what does the body of Christ do now? What do we do? Well, firstly, the body of Christ is changing. This is the changing of the guard. This is now the time of the kingdom remnant to come to the fore, who've been prepared for such a time as this. This is the time that people who were not fitting into churchy, normal restrictions, who've got thoughts and assignments and mandates beyond the church, this is the time that God is going to reposition them. Basically, we're up next. It's our time now. It's a defining moment for the kingdom to rectify some of the things that are going wrong. So that is one of the things you'll see around the world. There'll be a collaboration of kingdom people who will come together, combine resources, collaborate to affect change and create an alternative system. I've been working on this for 5 years, and there are a number of people around the world who are doing the same. Secondly, you will see a change of church. One of the reasons why, and this is the last point I'll make, that there's been a ubiquitous shutdown of worship and prayer and congregating of religious organizations is because they are making way spiritually for the presentation of the Antichrist. We create, and this is a revelation that I want to come back and teach you more on. When we pray, worship corporately, we create a frequency. We create vibrations. We create a move of God. We call it the fire of God. We call it the power of God. We call it the Spirit of God. But effectively what it is that we as spirit-filled, clean living beings are generators of spiritual energy, spiritual power, might. Let me use terms that will not scare you. Power, anointing. These are electrical magnetic frequencies that emanate from us. When we listen to worship and pray, it literally heals our body. So when we're in the presence of God, this is why we have healing as a byproduct, because what we're exposed to physically heals ourselves. That's why he says, I am the Lord thy God that healeth. His presence alone heals. People get healed in worship services. Prophecies and other communication frequencies and information flows greater when we are corporately worshiping, when we are praying corporately. And so they have deliberately shut all of that down, and our network spiritually, for want of a better term, so they can pave the way from the Antichrist to come to the fore. Otherwise, he would have been restricted, withheld by the universal concert of prayers and worship of God's people. And so this is what's happening. It's deliberate. It's not the coronavirus that is contagion. contagious or a contagion that we can't congregate. It's because they systematically have dismantled, for the first time in human history, the corporate gathering of religious people to pray and worship, because it changes the spiritual atmosphere so they can have more power. I wouldn't doubt if there's sacrifices and different things that are going on behind the scenes as well to empower what this move is. And trust me, they're moving at lightning speed. Within a matter of weeks, we're going to be shocked by the revelation and the implementation of the things that they will be doing. The vaccines will be a matter of months away, if not days. The new currency will be a matter of days away, months away. The whole new economic system, which I have created one that I'm going to implement regardless, as a strategy to counter what is happening. And I've been prophesying this for 15 years, that the kingdom of God needs its own economic system. Whilst you're all having happy, clappy church and feeling good, some of us have been strategizing on the blueprint of God to advance his kingdom, to save much souls alive and to preserve a posterity. Anyway, because of time, let me conclude here. Best thing we can do right now is to raise our frequency, live clean, live righteously, and remove and detox our bodies from anything that would affect the flow of God's anointing on our lives. The only counter we have is prayer and worship. It creates its own force field of energy and force field of frequency. Heaven's frequency will protect you to some degree whilst God is working on the strategy that he's going to implement. I pray this has helped somebody. Share this with somebody. Forward this, that the world can understand this is happening, that we can come together, strategize as a kingdom remnant, because God said he doesn't get involved with the affairs of man, because he gave dominion to man in Genesis chapter 1. That's why so many heinous and terrible things happen in our world, because God is not running the world. He works and influences the good men. Evil prevails when good men say nothing, as they've said. So what God is trying his best to do is influence people who will live right, live clean, pure hands, clean heart, not lifting up their soul unto vanity, nor swearing deceitfully with lies, not manipulating people to gain. True people of God that he can speak through, work through, so he can have an impact on the earth. But what he has said from my time in prayer is that this now has forced his hand, that he's going to move as God. He has to intervene as God. And I think as we ubiquitously, globally raise up our prayers and our fasting, which helps our electromagnetic flow, by the way, intermittent fasting strengthens our immune system, which strengthens our electromagnetic flow. Electrolytes like lime and different things that we used, which we thought were spiritual, actually are scientific. They improve the strength of our body. They strengthen us. So olive oil and different things have components that have electrolyte elements in it that strengthen our physical body. Fasting does that, helps our immune system immensely. So we can fight against the corona, fight against these radiation of the frequency, but more importantly, create a heavenly sound that will combat what the enemy's up to for now until God implements. God bless you. We love you. This is a whole new era. This is the new thing God has been talking about. But thank God, this kingdom he will give to none other. This will be hewed out the mountain without hands. It will drive away all other dispensational kingdoms like chaff in the wind. So this is our time for us to embrace what God is doing, and to be, if every time we need to be fervent in spirit, serving the Lord, it is now. So I encourage you, I adjure you, I really plead with you. Let's be unified, let's be righteous, let's spend time in prayer. And we need to use this time, lastly, to reset. We need to use this time to reset our priorities, reset our routine, reset our reinvestment in ourselves, ready ourselves for what is coming, reinvent ourselves if we have to, in line with God's purpose and raising debt for our life. We have to reach out to other people. We need to share this information, that the unbelievers will now believe what we've been saying about Revelation 13 for hundreds of years, 200 years to be precise, since the Bible was translated. We need to reestablish righteousness and our relational connection with God like never before, and reinvest in knowledge. Do not waste time on entertainment. Spend time reading, studying, pertinent information, the Word of God. really study to show ourselves approved at this time, the work that need not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. God bless you. I know this is incredibly long, but with all due respect, this information is too important to just give.
All right, we'll end it there. Whew. Stay positive.
I keep
Intermittent
saying
fasting.
it. That's our best weapon is stay positive. That's our best defense for ourselves is to stay positive, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Stay aware, but be positive.
Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. Your
Yo, what's so cute?
Eeyore gets an offer from Rita's Juicy Life. Does he accept?
Eeyore! Rita's DC Life wants to suck your toes. You up for it? Rita's DC. She wants to suck your toes, buddy. Wow. Hey, come for a toe suck. Hope you got big lips, Rita. Check out these toes. Rita's gonna give him a suck. Yeah, buddy. We'll come to cover. Hey, hey, hey. Easy, easy, easy.
Crazy. How many do you have? They're all yours are radical? Yeah, Lou, that was a good video too. 6 donkeys, 2 cows. Wow. Got a little farm going on there.
The hoof zoom.
Yeah. Had 20 cows, but last year's drought made me sell. Wow. I sold 18 cows. Crazy. So we think of all the information we went through tonight, Debbie.
Well, quite a lot.
Yeah.
quite a
What's your
lot.
chances when I get up in the morning? Live stream will be gone.
Yeah, they've been
Yeah,
doing it to you lately, huh?
every time. Yay. Yes, I do.
Somebody else got a link we haven't looked at yet or inquired upon?
Did you already drop it, Smurfer? Or is that a different one? Let me see. Here's the video I was playing before. Yep. What's up, Polar and stuff? Happy New Year. Is that popcorn or rain? Wow. If they leave this live stream up, I'm gonna have to go back check it, see if I hear popcorn.
Can't download it and save it.
What's that?
Well, I guess you can't save it.
Yeah, no. It's
Yeah,
been cold
popcorn's
here.
done. I haven't heard the popcorn for a while, so it should be done.
I said you're popping corn again.
I don't hear it.
No, it stopped.
Let me.
Extra butter, please.
Yeah, extra butter, slightly burnt.
Here, I'll drop the link if anyone wants to come on up.
Don't forget the salt.
Yep.
Just depends. Yeah, I like the movie butter. You can buy it in the grocery store, or you can make it yourself. Purified butter. Oh yeah.
It sounds like heavy
Oh,
fingers.
it's clarified. Yeah, clarified.
It's not me.
I gotta get me a cow to make it myself. Go need a cow.
What's up, Jesse? How you doing? Good to see you. Congratulations, Camo. Awesome. No, it sucks when you gotta wait a week or you gotta wait 2 weeks. Ridiculous. Smurfers until March. Wow. How you doing, Jesse? Hope you had a good New Year. Or having a good New Year also. Yeah, that's all they've been doing to me lately too, Tim, is removing. But they'll get you. Yeah, you take care, Radical. I'll be heading out soon to also 2:30 a.m. Yeah, my next one that comes off, I believe, is in February also. And thanks for sharing, Radical. Thanks everybody for sharing.
Good old YouTube. Sure can't count on them though, can't you?
Yeah. See, that's what I don't understand is because they'll let you go with warning, a copyright claim or warnings and stuff, but then they'll nail you. There's nothing you can do about it. I mean, but if you get a claim, you actually go back and edit your video and take out the section. Like if you do get a copyright claim, they should just give you the option, say, hey, take out that part of the video or you're going to get a strike. No, they'll let you go, let you go. Then one day they say, you know what, let's nail it.
It's pretty lame they go through your old ones just to find something, anything. They must be really bored or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or get extra
No, it's not
brownie
that
points. I don't know.
Yeah. Welcome, Lou. Much love. You take care there. Have a good night. Stay safe. Nice. Kara said I got a strike on a video. No content. Just said see link in description. They said it was against their scam policy.
What? They're gonna do that to me. All I have is a little couple of Sky videos. That's it. Because they sent notice that if you have like subscribed for like 2 years and don't have any videos or anything, they're just gonna delete you.
I've had them
No
shut down my
content.
live stream a couple times. They just shut the stream right down. Yeah, just like that. And blocked.
Very low.
Yep. Like I showed you, the Who 2021 is planning on clamping down on conspiracy theorists. Anyone who goes against the science.
World, oh man, I tell
You're right, Smurford. If they said if you go use another channel, then they can actually shut both your channels down, your original and your backup. That's why I just laid low until it came out. Remember when I was down, like I was saying, use your backup channel. Well, if I use that, and they said if they see I use another channel to do a live stream, they'll shut it down anyway.
YouTube Nazi.
Yeah. $2021 is gonna be something.
That's an understatement.
Need backups for backups. I'll give one more chance. Anyone wants to come on up, chill for a few. Here's the link.
Come on, Smurfer girl. Darlene, Smurfer girl, come on.
There are interesting links. Darling, you got 4 of them going. You're running all 4 of them. No, that's my nose. I don't know. I haven't seen them around, Smurfer. I thought that was your buddy. Yeah, I'm probably going to be ending it in a few minutes. All out of links. We covered a lot. And it's almost 3 in the morning. Going for 3. You're still raring to go, aren't you, Debbie?
Oh, it's still nice, still young for me.
Yeah. You go till daylight?
Sometimes.
I used to. Yep. I'll be getting off a live stream. Wow, daylight.
I don't require much sleep anymore.
Well, Darlene, you know, you can drop those links. Couple 4. Share. That's cool. Hope you're feeling better. Yep. Yeah, I probably got like 4 or 5 channels too, but I just made the accounts and never did anything with them. Never even learned how to operate them, nothing. Yep. So I figured instead of trying to start from the bottom again with another channel, if they take me down, I'll just go back to being in the audience, you know what I mean? And I'll be doing my surfing again.
Surfing.
You know, go from channel to channel, getting your info. Oh,
I've gone through so many iPads, it's not even funny.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too, Tim. Who knows how much longer we're gonna be going? Fantasia. That's Darlene McGee, Fantasia. If anyone wants to go grab Darlene up, click that link. Instagram. Haven't been on Instagram. Yeah, I didn't have Fantasia either. I now have Fantasia. Click the bell. How about you, Debbie? You can put a comment in there, can't you? Or no? You can't even.
I don't think so.
Hmm.
Some other people can't either. I don't know why. Maybe it's that they're The device?
It-
I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it's a device.
I mean, you should be able to on an iPad. I mean, it's got all the bells and whistles. I mean,
Oh, thanks, Husky Warriors. Peace and love to you, Bob and Chatters from a damp, wet, cold London. A few videos earlier, Husky Warriors, of the hospitals overloaded there in London. Then right after I played that one, I showed the video of the lady who got arrested for showing the hospital empty. What you know about that?
yeah, same up here on the news. Hospitals overflooding. It's a disaster. They're empty.
Really?
Yes. I mean, I don't
Oh,
live in a big city. I'm talking about on the outside towns. Where I live. Yeah, empty. There's nothing going on.
well, looks like well, that was in London, but I don't know. They're gonna be clamping down on it. I see it coming here too.
You don't hear any ambulances all the time, and things you expect to hear.
The camera says, "Yeah, get arrested for showing truth." Exactly. Oh, hold on. Let's see. You drop your link in there, Husky. Like I said many times before, everyone can drop your links. It doesn't matter. Drop your emails. Whatever you want to do, keep in touch with each other. Yep, same here. Not busy. Oh, okay. Smurf is pretty quick, huh? We got the app. There you go, Husky.
They always do, Callum.
What's up, Jesse? Now the info. It's okay, Husky. Yeah, I got the links too. Yeah, not only can they shove that vax, they can also shove that test. My
That's
opinion.
right. There's a vaccine in the test. They're gonna get you one way or another. There's a song for that, ain't it? One way or another, they're gonna get you. They're gonna get you. Oh, that Sonny and Cher.
Yeah. Welcome back, Darlene. Tim says, that's funny. My last laptop started putting out white smoke. That's not good. I've never had a laptop putting out.
Me neither, man. I fried a microwave before, but never a laptop. I don't know how I fried it, but yeah, it was smoking.
This means you have to make another video, Husky. It's been a month. What's he doing? Okay, Cammy, you take care. Take care of those kitties. Much love. Hopefully you got rid of that laptop.
For sure.
Crazy. Yep, almost 3 a.m. here. I think we'll end it as well. And I'll try to come on again tonight.
Yeah, it's wind down time.
Yeah, I'll get 4 hours sleep before I get up.
Woohoo!
Well, sometimes I'd only get 1 or 2. So I'm doing better. I was doing that every day too at that time. Oof. Yeah, popcorn's done. It's time to eat the popcorn.
Slightly burnt.
Yeah, if I didn't have to get up earlier, I would stay till daylight, whatever, chill. But maybe we'll do it on my day off. You're very welcome, Giggles. Thank you also for everything, all the links you brought tonight. You brought plenty. I'd have to find it actually. I don't even know what the name of it is. Smurfer. Anyone know Drop's channel link?
No, not me.
I want to thank everyone. Smurfer Girl, Giggles, Darlene, Debbie, chilling up here with me, Tim O, LKW, 911 News, and Camo, she already left. Husky Warriors, probably said it already. Jesse, Callum, there you go. I knew it was Drop's family. I forgot it was the garden. But there's a link there if you want to grab it. Giggles dropped it for you, Debbie.
Okay.
Not you. What am I saying? You didn't ask for it. Smurfer asked for it, right? Yeah.
Everyone stay safe. Stay positive.
Absolutely. Stick together. Keep in touch. We don't need any more of us disappearing or, you know what I mean?
Stay safe. Keep your eyes open for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm burnt. Giggles drop your channel. I want to grab it up real quick. Yeah, it's not normally old for me either, Smurfer, but tonight it is. So I have to get up early. And you got it, Tim. Don't fall for the bullshit.
Keep on keeping on. It's the only way you do. You can't give
What?
up.
Camo. Right. It's Camo's birthday today. Happy birthday. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Happy birthday to you. Camo. Didn't know that. Husky Wars, yeah, I'll drop my email now. It's trueseeker_2019 @yahoo.com. Yeah, everybody sing happy birthday. Especially when you're brushing your teeth. Make sure you sing happy birthday twice.
Why?
Oh, I mean, washing your hands.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought about it. I was like, wait a second. No, it's washing your hands. That's the recommendations.
Yeah.
Crazy. You're welcome. You take care. Everyone take care.
It was a good show, Bob. Thank you.
Thank you too, Debbie. You have a good few hours of surfing. Surfing USA.
Surfing and catching up.
Yeah. Oh, darling, sang it through. Look at that. You're just typing away. All right, I'm gonna go now. It's almost 3. A couple minutes of.
Was it your birthday, Bob?
Mine's the 30th. No, this is Camo's birthday is today. Camo Leanna Rose in chat. Can you see the chat?
I can.
Okay. You just
Darlene
can't.
says, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, Mr. Bob. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, no, it's not my birthday.
Well, happy birthday, Mr. Bob.
Well, thank you, but it's not yet. It's not my birthday. It's Camo Leanna Rose's birthday.
Oh, okay. Happy birthday, Cameline.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was confused looking at the chat.
Nice. Okay, everyone. Hopefully, see you tonight. Y'all take care. Stay safe. Keep your head on a swivel, even when you're sleeping. There you go, Darlene. You got it.
There you go. Much love, everyone.
Yeah, much love, everyone.
Sure is pretty, Darlene.
Take care, Debbie.
You too, Bob. Thank you again. It was a nice show.
Absolutely. Yep. Thank you also, Tim.
Take care, guys.
Everyone. Much love. All right, I'll end it now. Catch you next time.